I was going over the numbers in recent caucuses. The Democratic Party is heavily female. It's 57 to 43. That's pretty dramatic. It's a 14-point spread there and a gap there. On the Republican side, it's exactly the opposite. 57% male, 43% female. And I think it gets to this question of Trump and how you react to him, men versus women. My hunch is that men are more inclined to Trump, and this is the reason, I think. He is certainly objectively a bully. I mean, the way he treats his opponents, the way he's treated women in these debates, including moderators like Megyn Kelly and Carly Fiorina, a rival, he treats people as a bully would. Now the question is, what kind of a bully is he? Is he a bully in the foxhole next to you against the enemy? Or is he a bully confronting you in the schoolyard? If you see him as confronting you in the schoolyard, you don't like him. But if you see him sitting next to you in the foxhole, then you want him on your side. And I didn't get this idea on my own. This is something Norman Mailer came up with years ago with his great novel, The War, The Naked and Dead, where you have this guy who's a terrible person until you face the real enemy, and he's at your side. I think a lot of voters, if they vote for Trump tonight, agree that he's a bully, but they see him as an ally, in his bullyism. And I think that's what it's about here tonight.
Chris, take it one step further about the ideal of campaigning to the right and running to the center. When does that happen?
Well, clearly, the Bernie Sanders people tell us something in the Democratic Party, which I've never heard before in either party. Tad Devine, his chief consultant, told me he is not going to go to the center. He is not going to do easy sketch or whatever. He's not going to etchy sketch. He's not going to erase what he's been saying in terms of much larger Social Security benefits, public college being paid for, the tuition being paid for, a lifetime right to health care. He's not giving up any of that as he goes to the general election. So to me, that would be another handicap for him. But it is what he's saying right now. So I think going to the center, Trump is going to have to find a way to talk to suburban women, Republican women, especially as up against Hillary Clinton. He will get the working class white voter. He will get that fella. The guy didn't go to college because he feels a lot towards Trump, according to all the polling recently. But when it comes to winning women with college degrees, women who live in the suburbs, to get them, we're very sensitive to this kind of bullying behavior. He's got to find a new front to present, clearly.
Chris Matthews joining us from Des Moines. You know, that line from the Trump campaign that there's no chance that he's going to moderate at all, that he's going to stay hard right, that may be true. It may also be exactly what you need to say before the first ballots are cast in the Republican primary. And we'll check back in once we've got an apparent nominee. But right now, we actually have to go to a very, very important message, a prescient message, a perhaps omniscient message from the Lincoln Heights Lutheran Church in Des Moines, Iowa. A very important message from Lincoln Heights Lutheran tonight. Who will win the caucus is known only to God and maybe Chuck Todd. The one and only Chuck Todd joins us now from Des Moines. Chuck, you're God's wingman when it comes to predicting the outcome of this. Hope that's not intimidating.
It's very intimidating. The Lutherans are very good people. I hope they're okay with the fact that I happen to be Jewish. But you know, we all have the same God on that front. Hey, one thing I would just say is I think as we're watching this night, the two political parties and their leadership, you know, they're kind of staring into the abyss tonight, guys. There is a chance that Trump and Sanders, if they both win, then the Democratic Party is going to see somebody who's not even a registered member of it essentially win the first battle in an attempt to take it over. And Trump is a guy who hasn't voted in a Republican primary since the 80s. And could win the first battle in taking it over. This is a political earthquake that I think, you know, we're all sitting here gaming out Iowa scenarios, New Hampshire scenarios. This is an earthquake that would be taking place. Sanders beating Clinton, Trump upending the entire system and the way he did it. And I think it's a reminder that there really is some anxiety in both parties. And if we see results like this, and it would only happen if we see this surge in turnout, and it's all possible. We'll see. These are all margin of error races. I think it's going to reshape the political landscape in a way that I don't think we've fully comprehended yet. With Trump, I mean, you're going to see a bunch of ways that they'll try to stop him as they go on, but this will be a man that has essentially done a hostile takeover of the Republican Party. But Sanders, if he wins, essentially would be doing a more benevolent version of a hostile takeover of the Democratic Party, because you could argue in many ways it's not that he's running against President Obama, but it would be seen by some as a bit of a repudiation. And that is a sense of it's time to truly break the China, don't just rearrange it the way President Obama did. So I think that as we watch tonight, that's what's at stake, not just who gets enough delegates out of Cedar Rapids.
Yeah, I think, Chuck, that's the reason Bernie Sanders, after his meeting at the White House, came out into the driveway and talked about the record of the Obama-Biden presidency. I think he was seen as being pulled back into that meeting that he asked for.
No, I think that's right. And I think, look, when you look at the Des Moines Register poll, here's President Obama with a 90% approval rating among Democrats. And on that front, that's why Hillary Clinton is hugging him, and that's why she's basically almost wants to run as is the way a vice president would be running, as we've seen before, whether George H.W. Bush back against Reagan or Gore, some Democrats think Gore didn't do enough of with Clinton. But I tell you, what's fueling Sanders, what would fuel his victory, are not people that feel like, oh, this is about supporting Barack Obama. It would be about a lot of people feeling it's time to take over or take back, or however you want to describe it, the Democratic Party and shift it in a different direction. Don't just sort of try to move it and try to inspire it. Actually break the China and let's go and let's rebuild.
Well, we're with the Lutherans for now. Chuck Todd's our guy, too. Thank you, Chuck, very much. Kevin Tibbles at a GOP caucus at the Church of Christ, Indianola, Iowa. Hey, Kevin.
Well, we are about a 15-minute drive south of Des Moines, and we are in Indianola. As you just mentioned, it's a Republican caucus. They are expecting as many as 300 people here tonight. And as you know, Brian, we've been around town all day today talking to people at the soda fountain and other places. A lot of people say that tonight is a very important night for them, that many of their spouses are going to be caucusing for the first time. The main issues that they think about here are national security and, of course, the economy. And as you can see, we've still got about an hour to go, and people are already starting to line up and give in their names for whatever. I just wanted to end off with one thing, and that is this is a very high-tech caucus here in Indianola tonight. Each candidate has a representative, and each candidate's representative is going to be allowed to speak for 3 minutes. It's going to be timed on this high-tech egg timer, and when the time is up, that's what's going to sound. And you got to stop talking when this thing sounds, or it's going to sound again. I'm thinking they should perhaps start using these at the presidential debates. What say you guys?
You might be onto something. Kevin, if you hadn't talked about why the egg timer and the bicycle horn were in your hand, I was going to ask. Kevin Tibbles, Indianola,
well, exactly.
Iowa.
Exactly.
Kevin, we'll be going back to you. We also want to check back in with this, again, live pictures of the Democratic caucus. The folks are getting off of work and coming out to caucus. This is at the Historical Society, where we heard from Chris Hayes, the aforementioned Mastodon or Woolly Mammoth on the far right. And these are folks arriving to caucus.
The doors close here, as you can see on our countdown clock there, in 47 minutes. We keep saying over and over again, all the national media covering this says over and over again that doors close at 7 p.m. What the campaigns have been telling people is the caucus starts at 6:30, making sure that their supporters get there in time, because once the doors close, you can't get in. So they've been telling people you need to get there, you know, a long time before the doors close. That's why we expect to see these crowds really thickening throughout the state right now. This is the time when everybody at these 2,000 sites all across the state is turning up. It's going to get busy and busier and busier over this next couple dozen minutes, and then it's going to start.
Looking at a couple of T-shirts, a couple of lapel pins, a couple of Bernies, a couple of Hillarys, probably a couple of O'Malley's in the crowd as well. And Rachel, this brings up this interesting Martin O'Malley angle tonight of what the O'Malley supporters, or for tonight O'Malley supporters, can do to give Hillary Clinton and her campaign a firewall against Bernie Sanders. Yeah,
and the Martin O'Malley folks are committed Martin O'Malley supporters. At this point in the race, after all this combat that has happened on the Democratic side. And with Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders being so far in the lead of Martin O'Malley all this time, if you're going into these caucuses tonight supporting Martin O'Malley, you're not wishy-washy about it.
Yeah.
You would have been pushed off that mark a long time ago if you didn't feel very strongly about it. And Martin O'Malley was asked recently what his message is to his caucus goers who may be facing pressure about whether or not they formed a 15% viable group at any individual caucus, and they're trying to be wooed to go to either of the other two candidates. And his message was stand firm. His message was do not give yourself to your second choice candidate. Try to be 15%. Try to be viable at any one of these sites. If you've got a caucus site with 300 people at it, you've got to get, what does that mean, 45 people to support Martin O'Malley in order to stay viable. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on them, both in terms of where they might go, in terms of their second choice, but also there may be pressure, there may be tactical pressure for campaigns, particularly the Clinton campaign, to have their own supporters join with the Martin O'Malley supporters, get them over that 15% threshold. That will keep them viable. That will prevent them from dispersing. The Clinton campaign is worried, and polling suggests that if those O'Malley supporters disperse, most of them will go to Bernie Sanders. So the Clinton campaign may be bolstering those numbers across the state tonight in order just to keep the Martin O'Malley campaign alive for their own purposes.
And apologies to Chris Hayes, who sure looked like he had something to say to us. However, we have to fit in a short break here, 7:15 on the East Coast, 45 minutes until the closing of the doors in Iowa. 18 Eastern Time, 6:18 Central, and we say again, no matter what you feel about the ultimate result of tonight, this certainly is Iowa democracy at work. And voters across that state tonight will chart the political course, like it or not, for the rest of the United States as we look live at not one but two different caucus locations. That's the field house where Jacob was reporting earlier, and on the left is in Des Moines, and Rachel standing by with a special guest.
We do have a special guest, and it's on the Democratic side of this race. It's been interesting to watch today. The way the campaigns have been telegraphing their confidence and their expectations. In terms of the coverage that we've got out of Iowa today, the very last campaign events by the two main Democratic candidates, Bernie Sanders, interestingly, seemed to be assuring his voters, his supporters, that he doesn't need to win in Iowa, that his campaign will go on even if he doesn't win in Iowa. In contrast, Hillary Clinton today and last night, she seems to be telegraphing to her own people, her own supporters, that she thinks she's going to win in Iowa. She's calling her big watch party tonight for the Iowa caucuses in Iowa, calling it a victory party. Is that risky to raise expectations like that, or is that earned confidence? Well, joining us now is a high-profile supporter of Secretary Clinton, Senator Claire McCaskill, Democrat of Missouri. Senator, it's great to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks. This is a great night. If you love a democracy and you love grassroots politics, it is, no matter what candidate you're for, I hope Americans are proud of the way we go about this, because I sure am.
You are vibrating at a very high intensity, which I can see, and I can recognize that because I think I'm on the same frequency.
I know, another civics nerd.
Exactly. It is a very exciting time. Let me ask you about an interesting turn that happened in electoral politics, which you did. In your last re-election bid in the United States Senate, you spent a lot of money in your campaign to essentially try to elect your opponent, to try to choose your opponent for the general election. You invested a lot of campaign money in trying to make sure that Todd Akin was the Republican nominee against you in Missouri. You ran what looked like an attack ad against him that was really designed to get Republicans to support him. A Republican super PAC is doing that to Bernie Sanders right now in Iowa. They've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars running an ad that's supposed to look like an anti-Sanders ad, but in effect is supposed to make liberals support him. Having been a practitioner of this dark art, do you think that is just politics at its most exciting and weird, or is there something a little underhanded about that?
Well, I just want people to figure it out for what it is. You know, the Republican attack machine has chainsaws for hands, and Hillary Clinton has faced those chainsaws for a lot of her adult life. She has been the focus of everyone's attacks. Meanwhile, all you have to do is look at Bernie Sanders and realize the Republican attack machine has not touched him. And you have to ask yourself why. The reason why is they would like Bernie Sanders to be the Democratic nominee because the Republican operatives and all that dark money that is buying those fake negative ads, they want Bernie Sanders at the top of the ticket for the Democrats because they believe they can defeat him.
Are they right about that? You obviously are a centrist Democratic senator. You represent a purple state. You won re-election as a Democrat in a year that your state went strongly for Mitt Romney over President Obama. In that kind of centrist place in the country, do you think there'd be a big difference in terms of the effect, the knock-on effect on Democratic candidates of having Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton at the top of the ticket?
Well, I think in some ways it's tough for Bernie Sanders if he's the nominee. As we get closer to November, people begin to visualize who is going to be the commander-in-chief, who is going to stand for us in a very dangerous and complicated world. Bernie, while we all agree on most of his priorities, he has not shown, doesn't have experience and hasn't shown a great deal of interest in foreign policy, hasn't really demonstrated the breadth and depth of knowledge you need to lead this country in this dangerous time. And besides that, for 25 years, he's been more comfortable in Congress identifying himself as a socialist than a Democrat, and frankly has been railing on these issues and really hasn't moved the needle. So I guess the question is who can get things done for these progressive values? And I believe that's Hillary Clinton.
Let me push that point just a little bit, though, on the foreign policy issue. I mean, what Senator Sanders would argue is that he may not have experience as Secretary of State. He may not have done foreign policy, punched his ticket in terms of foreign policy, holding public office that had him directly responsible for it. But he was right on the important issue of the Iraq War. Hillary Clinton was wrong, he would argue, and a lot of people would argue in terms of that vote. She herself would concede she was wrong on that vote. She may be running, or the Democratic nominee may be running, against an anti-Iraq war Republican if the Republicans pick Donald Trump. Isn't that still sort of a litmus test issue on which Bernie Sanders was right and she was wrong?
Well, I think most Americans are going to want a foreign policy that has more depth to it than I was right about the Iraq War vote. And that seems to be the only thing that Bernie has showed a mastery of. I mean, they talked to people that he listed as his foreign policy experts, and they said, well, I don't really know why my name's on his list. I think I talked to him once last summer. So I don't think this, I think really a lot of people made a mistake on the Iraq vote because they were getting bad information from George Bush, bad information from Donald Rumsfeld, and bad information from Dick Cheney. But she has acknowledged that in the meantime, she has a broad grasp of how complex the world is right now. I trust her across the table from Putin more than any other person running for the presidency, regardless of their party.
Senator Claire McCaskill, Democrat of Missouri. It's always a real pleasure to talk to you, Senator. Thank you so much. Enjoy tonight.
You bet. You bet. I will.
Senator, thanks. And while during that conversation, we were watching all the while on the left-hand side of the screen and now center screen these various different locations where caucuses are taking place. Again, folks have gotten off work. They are showing up regardless of the weather. In Des Moines, where most of the population is, we've been watching. It remains still a fairly mild, temperate night. Lawrence O'Donnell has joined us. Eugene Robinson has joined us. Lawrence, free associate here at this slice of American democracy we're watching.
Well, you know, I'm struck by Senator McCaskill's appearance because there you see the kind of turn that occurs in politics all the time. She's making an argument tonight that is opposite the argument she made 8 years ago. 8 years ago, she endorsed the inexperienced senator from Illinois over the experienced senator from New York, Hillary Clinton. She used the experience argument in exactly the opposite direction. And so, you know, when you hear this from endorsers, you will almost always be able to find an opposite version of that endorsement in their background if they've been in the business long enough.
On the endorsement front, though, it is interesting that Bernie Sanders has almost no endorsements to speak of. I think none from Capitol Hill whatsoever. And so you've got somebody like Claire McCaskill, who was out early for Obama in 2008, didn't have a hard decision apparently to make between Obama and Sanders this time. Sanders just didn't.
The professional endorsements tend to be bets to win. That's what they are.
Right, and as you recall from 8 years ago, Hillary Clinton had most of the endorsements early, and then she lost some of them. But, you know, in terms of the expectations of the two major Democratic candidates, you know, I think the reason you're hearing Hillary Clinton is calling it a victory party and you're hearing her predict victory is that there's no way she can lose gracefully, right? There's no way she can lose in Iowa and spin it positively. So she has nothing to lose in the way she's spinning it, right? Whereas Bernie Sanders could lose in Iowa. He has New Hampshire coming up where he's expected to win. So he can lower expectations a bit. It's a bigger blow to Hillary Clinton, you're saying, if she loses. Yeah, it's a bigger blow to Hillary Clinton so she can, you know, why not spin it as a victory?
Democracy on live television. But enough about this studio. Look at what's going on in the state of Iowa. We're going to take a break and come right back with our live coverage.
People can't wait. People who have health emergencies can't wait for us to have some theoretical debate about some better idea that will never, ever come to pass.
What Secretary Clinton has implied throughout this campaign or the last month or two, that somehow I, who have spent my life fighting for universal health care, to guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child. Somehow I'm going to dismantle the health care system and leave millions of children without health care or elderly people without health care. That is absolutely an outrageous and incorrect statement.
Hour before doors closing time in the caucuses. We've talked for days about what a caucus looks like. This is what a caucus looks like. Live pictures of a school gym, Democratic caucus in Davenport, Iowa, considered mostly a working class community. This is what it looks like. They will divide up into mostly into three groups, O'Malley, Clinton, and Bernie Sanders, when the time comes, and their precinct captains will get up and address them. In Des Moines, standing by for us, Chris Hayes at the other Democratic caucus. Chris?
Sorry. Brian, there's a huge crowd that has gathered here, as you can see. There's actually six different precinct caucuses, 3 precincts, Democrat and Republican for each, happening here. Folks are signing in. That notification is a notification of loyalty that you sign, actually, basically vowing that you meet the criteria to vote in the election, and also that you're with the party that you're going to caucus with. But there are a ton of folks here, not just people to caucus, but volunteers as well, who are coming to sort of take this in and watch their work come to fruition. Iowa is host to folks from all over the country, particularly the Midwest, who come in to volunteer during this time of year. Just talked to a bunch of students for Hillary up from Kansas City. There are folks here from Nebraska, from Kansas. So there's a lot of people, a lot of energy right now, and also a fair amount of, you know, logistical pain that goes into processing this number of people in, as you can see, not a particularly cutting-edge fashion. They're keeping it old school here, sheets and sign-ins.
Chris, can I just ask you a question about that specifically? Obviously, this is hundreds of people, and they all need to go into different rooms depending on which precinct they're in and which caucus, which party caucus they want to be in tonight. You described it as logistical pain, but is there an element of chaos to this? And I ask specifically because in 2012, there really was a lot of very important chaos in the Republican caucus. Obviously, in 2012 on the Democratic side, there was none. But there has been some consternation that it's possible that the parties sort of aren't up to it, especially if they get a big turnout tonight.
Yeah, there's, you know, in the caucuses I've covered in the past, and I was in Nevada in 2008, which was complete chaos when they tried to import the very complicated Iowa model into Nevada, and I was in a caucus site where I literally had to call someone to come break up a fight because I was afraid there was going to be violence at the caucus site. This is, I would just call normal chaos. This is just the kind of, you know, it's like an airport when there are lots of canceled flights kind of feeling. Okay. Like everyone ultimately will end up where they need to be, but you get that sort of antsy anxiousness that you're standing in line and you don't quite know where you're going. But everyone here is getting processed. They will end up in their locations. I mean, as they say about the Iowa caucuses, right? It's like trying to pull off 1,600 weddings at the same time. It is an unbelievable organizational undertaking. And you can see this is a fairly well-organized caucus site, and there's still, you know, a little bit of that kind of harried airport feel here.
But again, it has to be good news for those hoping for high turnout as you're at one of the larger caucus sites in Des Moines. Chris Hayes, thanks. We'll be coming back to you. Across town to Chris Matthews, who's with Robert Costa, the Washington Post.
Brian, I have to tell you that it's great television to be able to show that the way we did with this wide angle, see the whole thing. And I love the mixed metaphors of Chris Hayes there. I mean, they were great. Too many marriages at one site. And, of course, the idea of a gate change at a big airport when everybody's racing to the other gate. I thought that was great. Let me ask you, Robert Costa is right. He's the national political reporter for the Washington Post. As I said, we're going to have the top reporters here throughout the evening. Now, on the ground here now, people are showing up. That's a reflective picture, right?
It is.
Big crowd.
I've been checking in with most of the campaigns in the last hour. They say across the state, western Iowa, central Iowa, eastern Iowa, at the college campuses and the small rural towns, a lot of turnout. Big turnout at the middle schools, the high schools, the churches. People are coming out, not just on the Republican side, both sides.
So a couple of reasons. One of the excitement about the two outlying candidates, right? I would assume. Is that a fair assumption?
Most
Trump and Sanders are drawing the extras in.
A lot of new registrations. I said to my sources, especially on the Republican side, are you watching who's signing in? A lot of people are registering tonight.
Which you can do in Iowa. You can walk up and say, I'm a Republican tonight.
That's right.
And I will act as a Republican. You can do the same thing as a Democrat. That's unusual in most states.
It's very unusual, but it could be a boon for Sanders and Trump. If they're bringing new people, that's the edge if they win.
What do you make of this thing that came up earlier today? You weren't with me in that hotel lobby. People telling me, grown-ups, not first-time voters, and you can vote here if you're 17, if you're going to turn 18 by November. People that haven't made up their mind even today, but they are going to vote. They've committed to vote, but not for anybody especially.
I've been hearing from party officials in the Republican Party that people are calling to headquarters trying to figure out what to do. They want to participate in the process. But what's striking is when you talk to voters today, heading to the caucuses an hour ago, they still haven't made a decision. They want to participate.
But they're committed to the process.
They're committed to the process. They want to keep the process. This state values the caucuses. They recognize...
I heard that from David Yepsen, by the way.
But no,
he's saying
true.
How this is reflective of the whole country. It's a great representation. That can be disputed.
It is something that this state carries with pride. And unless you go around and talk to people, they talk about it like a family affair in this state. And they want it to stay. They know the party committees could easily nationalize the primaries next time around. They want to stay first.
I just saw a minority voter there. I mean, it is largely a white crowd, to be blunt.
It's a very white state, but this is an election. When you're walking around today, an hour ago, because I was really trying to get outside and figure out what's happening in Des Moines, and you sense Democrats are coming out for Clinton, especially veteran Democrats, people who've been here for decades voting. They want to send a signal that the party shouldn't go too far left. Bernie, college students, they're all with Bernie.
Let's talk about the Trump just for a second. That could be the big news of the night. Donald Trump. You've covered him as well as anybody in the business. You've followed after him. You've got some rapport with him about questioning. What do you make of his look at tonight and what it means to him?
This is the biggest moment of his campaign. He had a choice in early January to not play here. He could have let Cruz win Iowa, give it a little bit of attention, focus on where he was ahead, New Hampshire, South Carolina. He decided to go at Cruz, question about...
Early knockout.
Early knockout. That was the key decision. And if he wins tonight, when no one expected him to be the favorite here, that's the key moment in the race.
That's exactly, Brian and Rachel, what John Kerry did here in 2004. He said, I'm not going to wait for New Hampshire. I'm going to come here and knock out Howard Dean. He slammed him dead here, and he won the nomination. So it does show a lot of guts to come out here and say, I'm going to win on the first round. And it looks like that was what Trump's still hoping to do tonight. Back to you, Brian and Rachel.
Chris Matthews with Robert Costa out in Des Moines. 3 quick points we're hearing from viewers. Yes, when the doors close, we will still be able to see these caucuses at work. Yes, you heard that you can caucus if you're 17 in Iowa, as long as you're turning 18 by November. And why is Iowa the first in the country? It is because it is, and the party enforces it. They will actually penalize you with convention delegates if you try to jump in front of Iowa as the first caucus or New Hampshire as the first primary. And we're going to take another break as we approach the top of the hour and the closing of the doors, where our cameras will remain behind. It's caucus night in Iowa, Decision 2016.
Doors close in the Iowa caucuses, and the caucuses themselves start up in about a quarter hour. This is a live shot in Des Moines. We were talking earlier this hour about congressional endorsements for the Democratic candidates. Bernie Sanders has 2 congressional endorsements, at least that we know of. Keith Ellison and Raul Grijalva have both endorsed Bernie Sanders. Put that up against Hillary Clinton's congressional endorsements. She's been endorsed by 39 sitting U.S. senators and 155 members of the House. But you know what? Members of Congress don't decide who the presidential nominee of their party is going to be. That is decided by voters. Bernie Sanders tonight in Iowa in particular is counting on big turnout and tons of support in Iowa's college towns. Among them, Iowa City, the home of the University of Iowa, and the home for tonight of our own Jacob Soboroff, who's at the caucus site there. Jacob, I presume that things are heating up and filling up.
People are, filling up, showing up is a relatively unbelievable thing to see, Rachel. I talked to the caucus chair, Carla Smith. She told me she did not expect it to be this big. All of these people here are actually in line to register to vote. First time voting?
No, we're
first time
registered.
Okay, you guys are registered. These guys are all in line over here to register to vote. They're trying to separate people, that have participated before from folks that are registered. Are you guys registering to vote right now? Registering. All these people are registering to vote. If you look over at this table right here, that's exactly what's happening here. They expected something like 160 to 230 people to show up. When President Obama ran here in 2008, the numbers were in the low 200 range. And it looks like, just from the side of things, I know you guys have that big bird's eye view of what we're looking at here in the field house. I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers got bigger than that. And now, when you look down this way, Rachel and Brian, this is where the preference groups are all going to assemble once everybody gets their pitches from the precinct captains and the caucus chair. They're all going to assemble in this area for Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton on the far end, where that group is assembled. Last time I asked the precinct chair, the caucus chair, she said there was not a Martin O'Malley group assembled here quite yet.
Jacob Soboroff, first of all, that space where you are, this beautiful 1927 field house, as I said, probably among the largest indoor spaces in all of Des Moines. We keep hearing, in all of Iowa rather, we keep hearing turnout is up in a lot of the higher population centers. And what you're reporting from there is holding with that.
Yeah, that's right. One thing I do think we should all remember, though, Brian, is I was told by sort of a local Johnson County, which is where we are, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City is in this area. Local Johnson County sort of bigwig is whether 50 or 500 people show up to this location, they're still going to be leaving here with 6 precinct-level delegates and 91 state delegate equivalents in Johnson County. So Bernie Sanders has to perform well in the western part of the state, which is a more rural area, even if those precincts have a small amount of people show up to grab those delegates as well, because whatever the number of people show up here, it's 6 delegates that you're going to leave here with, proportionally split up amongst the candidates.
And I love the fact that there's a quarter mile of the track going on. So people are running their laps above and down below.
They're running.
People.
Yeah, they're still running right now.
It's fantastic.
There they are. And I wonder if they're going to come down and actually caucus once they're done with the run. As we were talking about earlier, they could probably do a little same-day registering, schwitz and all, and come right down and caucus.
Yeah, they could. You can schwitz and caucus in the same evening in the state of Iowa. Jacob, thank you very much for that. We want to talk to Chuck Todd in Des Moines about what we're witnessing tonight. Again, we keep getting various accounts, and look, we'll get hard numbers when we get hard numbers. Doors close in 14 minutes. On these caucuses. We have spared our viewers the discussion of delegates thus far tonight. We thought we would get a finishing order before we talk about that confusion. Chuck, what do you see?
Well, look, I would just also remind people it's going to be very frustrating watching the results come in on the Democratic side versus the Republican side, because we're going to get raw vote on the Republican side, because it's actually one person, one vote. The Democratic side, you're going to start hearing a phrase called delegate equivalencies. and I know that's just going to be horrid as far as television definitions are concerned, but that is what they're going to be fighting for as these caucuses go on, and who knows. Look, I think just a few things to keep an eye on. Over the last 2 Iowa caucuses, both Huckabee and Santorum ended up doing better than their last poll result. What does that mean? It could mean that the evangelical vote, number one, consolidates in that caucus room, or number two, that they were underpolled in that. So that's something to keep an eye on with Cruz, and obviously Trump relying on the first-time caucus goers. Just inevitably, his number is likely to be down a little bit from his poll number. The question is it enough for Cruz to close the gap? The other odd, we go through this and we all dine out on anecdotes, and Brian and Rachel, you know this, the anecdotes can be the death of you as a reporter. But the best new piece of information that I got today came from our friend Kay Henderson of Radio Iowa. She said, there's an intangible that you can't ignore, and that is, in these caucuses, every candidate has somebody who represents the campaign to make their pitch. If you are, and remember, in some of these small towns, everybody knows everybody. Let's say you're the Trump campaign or the Cruz campaign, and the person you got at a precinct in Marion County, they seem so gung-ho, but little did you know that that's the person that has ticked off every neighbor in their street. And when they find out they're the ones for so-and-so, they may roll their eyes, and it may actually cost them votes at a caucus. So what Kay Henderson was saying is that's the part of the caucus that is unpollable, that the person that represents the campaign could just be turning. It's not just all politics is local, all neighborhoods are local, and that could end up swaying votes in ways that you can't understand or you can't poll.
Real good point. Also, there's going to be some data floating around, especially the internet tonight, because there are entry polls getting taken of people going into their caucuses.
Yes.
Entry pollster hands you a form. You kind of choose to self-define yourself. That's redundant. Department of Redundancy Department. And the first wave of that data is notoriously suspect. So don't believe everything you see and hear tonight. We hopefully will be the purveyors of truth and justice here as the top of the...
And Brian, very quickly on that, I just, not only is it unreliable, even if it was perfect, because it's an entrance poll. People will be persuaded. There will be a handful of people. Look, the Cruz people, their plan tonight is this. Any Huckabee, Santorum, or Carson supporter, they're going to be pleading with them. We know how much you love Dr. Carson, but if you want to consolidate, movement conservatives, Christian conservatives, you got to go with the guy that can win. So, a Carson, and that'll be interesting to see. Carson may enter with 10% in an entrance poll, end up with 4% when you come out. Does that mean the entrance poll was wrong, or that the Cruz people did a good job of persuading in the caucus room? So that's why, please, when you see this stuff, just be careful of it.
Thank you, Chuck Todd in Des Moines. We'll be coming back to you, as we will all the caucus locations. Our coverage continues right after this. Just about 6 minutes to all those people still entering and pouring into some of these caucus locations. Folks are off of work, and they are going to express their preference across Iowa.
And again, we're having anecdotal reports that these are crowded caucus sites, that turnout looks big. You can't quite tell until you get the numbers. The prognosticators say that a big number on the Republican side in terms of turnout will be good for Donald Trump. That said, when polls are wrong in Iowa, it tends to be on the Republican side because Christian conservatives have been undercounted. So where the turnout is high is going to make a really big difference. So where the turnout is high is going to make a really big difference.
Donald Trump heading into a caucus location tonight from his motorcade. Donald Trump, one of 4 candidates in this race at this point, getting Secret Service protection. So we'll take another break and be back at the top of the hour for the door closings across Iowa. Central, when the doors are supposed to close and accept no more caucus goers in Iowa. But here is our final 2 minutes as they file in. And on the left, that big, heavily populated 6 separate subsets of caucus goers in Iowa. Brian Williams and Rachel Maddow with you.
In terms of what's going to happen tonight, not only do we not know who's going to win, we don't know when we're going to know who's going to win. Remember that in 2012 on the Republican side, that night, Romney supposedly won by 8 votes. Then the next day it was a tie. Soon thereafter, Rick Santorum won by 34 votes. And then soon thereafter, Ron Paul actually got 22 of the 28 delegates.
Yep.
Took a long time to sort it out in 2012 on the Republican side. Part of what's interesting tonight is knowing how well organized the parties are.
And again, anecdotal evidence from precinct to precinct, caucus location to caucus location of good turnout, of heavy turnout, none of it worth anything at this early hour.
Anecdotal reports are always, oh my God, turnout's enormous, because it's exciting to look at all those people showing up. We don't have anything in terms of hard numbers on turnout. We do have impressions that it's big, but we don't know. And
we know a good number of you are on the web while you're watching and listening to us, and we know there's a lot of information out there. We have just cranked 8 p.m. In the East Coast. So it is safe to report the earliest. Again, be very suspicious of what we call the first wave data. This is officially for use after 8 p.m. This is based on very early entrance polls, but this is our first look at the boards, as we call them, indicating a race, obviously, too early to call. Trump, Cruz, and Rubio, it appears, will be in the top 3. At this point, there is an indication of a Trump lead in this race, reportable after 8 p.m. Eastern, too early to call. And on the Democratic side, NBC News Iowa is calling this race too early to call based on very early entrance polls. There is an indication of a Clinton lead in this race. Rachel?
To reiterate, this is based on entrance poll data, and there is still very little entrance poll data. Obviously, NBC News makes these characterizations based on very careful analysis of the data that exists. But there's a reason it's called too early to call. It really is. There's no reason to extrapolate more than we ought to from what this data tells us. I should tell you specifically on that Democratic race. Again, the characterization by NBC News is that it is too early to call and that there is an indication of a Hillary Clinton lead. If that sounds familiar to you, it's because at this time, after the caucus doors closed in 2008, there was also an indication of a Hillary Clinton lead. At that point, looking at that early entrance poll data in 2008, we all know, of course, that she went on not only not to win Iowa in 2008, she didn't come in second in Iowa in 2008. She came in third to both Barack Obama and John Edwards.
And Chuck Todd is with us from Des Moines. Chuck, all of this bears repeating. This is the conversation we had in the past half hour. That's what our graphic says. That's what we're safely early to report. This is too early to call. And any data people are seeing is based on a kind of pooled effort of what are called entrance polls. A form is handed to hundreds of caucus goers across Iowa. They are then asked and expected to fill it out and deposit that form in a box. But as you point out, by nature, they are going into an event, these caucuses, where minds will be changed and where caucus goers can and will be lobbied.
Well, that's right. And I think, look, there's a few things I'm just looking at just in the entrance poll data that we've seen, and that's simply the ideological makeup. Because, as you know, we've told you, particularly on the Republican side, but, you know, if Sanders was going to have a good night, it was going to be a more liberal electorate than we saw in 2008. And if Trump was going to have a good night, it was actually going to be a less conservative electorate. And on the Republican side right now, the Democratic electorate looks about the same. But so far, and it's early, the Republican electorate looks less conservative here in Iowa than it did in 08 and 12. If that continues, that then confirms why we're saying Trump has a slight lead at all indications. That is a big, it would be a big development if you somehow, and what you look here is the people that describe themselves as very conservative or somewhat conservative. In Iowa, very conservative usually leads somewhat conservative. In this early data, the somewhat conservative is there. So what that tells you is that Trump probably did get independents in. Again, this is early. And so you want to be careful. But that ideological, that to me was the big wow moment. And if you're Trump right now and you're a Trump supporter, you've got to feel good that this electorate is a little less conservative than it was the last two cycles.
Chuck, while you're talking, we're looking at kind of grainy, a little shaky video of Marco Rubio arriving at one of the caucus locations. Most people who caucus will hear from someone representing the candidate. Some people who caucus will hear from the candidate, this being Iowa and politics being retail.
And some will hear from somebody related to the candidate. The Trump family, for instance, is spanned out all over, daughters, sons, and his wife. So there'll be different ways they do that. And that to me, that's what makes, particularly on the Republican side, look, the Democratic side, it's not just hearing the pitches. You have all the different gamesmanship. So to also explain a little bit of why we say Clinton had an early lead, but last time too, but the Obama people inside the caucuses basically had a better strategy, and they had different ways of helping Edwards, hurting Clinton, all the different ways that you could deny a delegate to Clinton at the time, for instance, at Edwards. And that's what we're going to be watching there. And that's why the entrance polls on the Democratic side really, really are about the most useless thing you can have, other than finding out how many first-time caucus goers are showing up.
Let's go over to another one of our campaign veterans, Andrea Mitchell in Des Moines, following the story with us. Andrea?
The Clinton campaign is trying to do everything it can to show that it has organized, that it is not going to have a repeat of history. You and Chuck and Rachel have been talking about what happened 8 years ago when we were with Hillary Clinton, and she described it in her book as excruciating. That night when she not only lost to Barack Obama, but lost to John Edwards. So they have put out statistics in the last few minutes of how much they have changed their operation. They have, first of all, hired a lot of Obama people who knew Iowa a whole lot better than she did. They had her start her campaign here in Iowa, drive to Iowa, notably have a listening tour, talk to small groups of people. And this week we've noticed that she has been thanking people at the rallies, saying, "Thank you, Iowa, for all that you've taught me." This is very demonstrably trying to show her gratitude. It is very pointed, and she is trying to be humble in this way also. And this is the Iowa way. So she's trying to show that she adapted. This is not the Clinton machine. But again, history could repeat itself. Bernie Sanders has the passion. We have to see, of course, whether his supporters not only outnumber her, but outnumber her in the right places. Because if they all show up on their college campuses, that will not do the trick. They need to go home to their precincts. They need distribution. That's the secret of Iowa. It's like a pancake. You can't have it stacked high. You have to have it spread out. And the one thing that college kids for weeks and weeks have been saying to us is, this is the heart versus the head. They couldn't decide. We had one young man whom I met in Indianola say, "I can't decide. I don't know. I believe in him. I'm passionate about him, but I think she can get things done." And he came back, and we interviewed him today, and he had decided only today to go with Hillary Clinton because he thinks that she has the experience and can get things done. But other people think that her experience, as Rachel referenced earlier, helped vote for the Iraq War, and that experience in foreign policy also requires a different kind of judgment. So this has been a really hard-fought campaign, and what was so stunning last night was the numbers of dollars, the fact that Bernie Sanders raised $20 million in January. It's really an amazing amount, and he's got cash on hand of more than $20 million. So if he does win here, he'll get momentum going into New Hampshire, of course, and that's his home base. He's got a 30-point lead there so far. And then he has the money to keep going and battle her south. He still has the money to keep going. If he doesn't win here, it'll be a lot harder to get that momentum. But New Hampshire is a great circuit breaker for him. So he comes out a winner almost anyway, as long as he's close here. She needs this victory tonight, and that's why this is such a big test of the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Andrea Mitchell in Des Moines. Interesting that the Clinton campaign is essentially bragging on how hard they have tried to win Iowa and what a good game they have run there. Obviously, that's part of the case they need to make to Democratic voters voters nationwide that even if Bernie Sanders somehow beats them in the first 2 states, they need to show that they're good at campaigning, that she'll be a good candidate, a good contender in the general election if she gets the nomination. They've got to contest it on those grounds. Let's go to Chris Hayes, who's also in Des Moines. Chris has been at one of these sites that has multiple caucuses going on. Chris, what are you hearing about turnout on the Republican side or on the Democratic side?
So I'm in a room right now that it's a Republican caucus. It's upstairs from the Mastodon room that we were in before. The downstairs Democratic turnout was higher, I think, than they anticipated. This room, we'd earlier heard about expecting in the ballpark of 60 to 70 people. You can see there are way, way more than that. In fact, the caucus has not started here yet because there are still folks who are checking in outside. So this is a lot of people for this room. You can see that it's standing room only. It's a room that's not designed to fit this many people. It's rather hot in here. People are just about ready to get this thing started, and they're also watching my words very carefully. But you can tell the turnout here is high and a very, very actual process, which in the Republican side is a little more straightforward and a little less laborious than the Democrats. There's not that 15% threshold. People are going to give their pitches, and then they're basically going to fill out ballots, and they will be on their way. Downstairs, it's going to be a while to work through the agenda in those Democratic caucus sites.
Chris, just to be clear on the logistics here, we've been saying that the doors would close at 7 o'clock local time. That's about 10 minutes ago now. We do still have those live shots of people checking in. Basically, the idea now is that we'll have those live shots of people checking in. Basically, the idea now is that the doors are no longer open to anybody else who arrives on site, but people who got in the door before 7 o'clock local time, they will wait until all those people are checked in and processed and not start until they're in the room. Is that how this goes?
That's exactly right. So it's like sometimes you'll hear reports of, in voting on election day, if people are online when the polls close, those folks online get to go through and actually vote. So here, the doors are closed to the building, right? No new people could come in, but there's still a line inside the building to get into this room, and they will process everyone who is here. And once they get everyone processed, that's when they will actually start the caucus. So the reason we're able to broadcast live right now is because the actual caucusing has not started as of yet. And I think that's going to be the case throughout this building. Because the turnout is high, it's taking a while to get this show on the road.
Chris Hayes in Des Moines inside GOP caucus. We're joined here in the studio, by the way, by Nicole Wallace once again, Eugene Robinson once again, and we go over to the board and Steve Kornacki, who has, again, Steve, all the asterisks with first wave data.
Yeah, we're getting our first look at the numbers here. These are subject to change, like you're saying. They are offering us clues, or at least potential clues. On the Republican side, 2 things to highlight that we're seeing right now in these numbers. One of them might be encouraging for Donald Trump. The other may be a little bit more for Ted Cruz. This is one question score tonight. Now remember, this is key for Donald Trump. We keep hearing people coming to his events who don't usually participate. Would they turn out? The entrance poll, this round of data we're looking at, tells us that 43% of the Republicans tonight are first-timers. Now, what does that mean? The last time around in 2012, the number was 38%. So it is higher than we had in 2012. And remember as well, 2012 was record turnout all time for Republicans. So you have more first-timers this time. Also consider you had competitive Republican caucuses in 2008, in 2012, again now in 2016. Caucuses in 2008, in 2012, again now in 2016. So to have an increase in the number of first-timers after 2 straight competitive caucuses, that is a potentially significant statistic. Again, if it holds. The other one to tell you about that we're seeing that might be encouraging for Ted Cruz, we always talk about the number of evangelical Christians who are voting in these things. Well, tonight, that number, again, according to this initial data on the Republican side, is 62%. What does that mean? In 2012, when Rick Santorum tied Mitt Romney basically by going after the evangelical vote, evangelicals were 57% of the Republican electorate. In 2008, when Mike Huckabee, a Baptist preacher, won the caucuses going away, evangelicals were 60%. So according to this initial entrance poll data, we have gone over that number, that 60% that was the all-time high, and we would have a record number of evangelicals participating tonight. But again, like you say, all of the caveats and asterisks and everything else, this is the initial numbers.
Eugene, it's become axiomatic that Sanders and Trump need first-timers. They need the excitement and the numbers.
They need first-timers. In the case of Sanders, there are many young people who support him who haven't voted caucus before. In the case of Trump, these tend to be people who have become disaffected with the political process and haven't been that involved with it. He seems to have really energized a lot of these people. You know, anecdotally, they seem gung-ho to go caucus for Trump, so we'll see.
That evangelical number is also stunning. If we've got a higher proportion of evangelicals in the Republican turnout than we had when Mike Huckabee was chosen and when Rick Santorum was chosen.
Really?
We may be, you know, the Donald Trump campaign may be very excited that there's a lot of first-timers there, but if all the first-timers there are evangelical voters, that may be very good news for Ted Cruz.
Let me offer an alternate explanation on that. So the Cruz folks said that if they get to 60% evangelicals, that was a bit of a firewall for them. Now, the Trump team will tell you that they have made the sale. They were seeing stuff in their polling and in public polling. Well, they felt like, and I spent some time yesterday with people who are very in touch with this group, particularly in the state of Iowa, and they said that it is a complete falsehood that evangelicals vote off some mystery set of criteria. They said evangelicals want to win just as desperately as the rest of the party. So they see in Trump a winner, and so I would be careful with that evangelical data, because just because it is above where the Cruz camp said they needed it, which was 60%, we're reporting it at 62%, does not necessarily point to any sort of certain good night for Cruz.
This is live pictures from inside St. Francis of Assisi Church. Donald Trump, his wife Melania, sitting in the front row. This is a caucus, and presumably we are waiting for the call to order and perhaps a prayer to start the proceedings. But Donald Trump is here. We saw Marco Rubio earlier. By the way, that's in Clive, Iowa, just west of Des Moines. And let's see, this is back to live pictures of the Rubio appearance at his caucus in what appears to be another school gym.
I wish that we could invent mythical longitudinal data that told you whether
What has ever stopped us?
That would tell you whether or not caucuses where the candidate, him or herself, speaks, actually shift
probably
those.
knowable.
You know, but what do people attribute their shift to? Nobody ever says, yes, I'm buying this particular mop because I liked that mop ad. You know what I mean? It's very hard, I think, to get to what people attribute their vote to.
I think Joey Mangano would disagree.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
That was my first thought, too. I was like, I think someone just made a movie proving you so wrong.
You've got to put the candidate, you only put the candidate in one place, right? How do you pick Clive?
How do the candidates get to go anyhow? They're not Iowans.
It seems for us non-caucus goers that it's politicking within
exactly
at a polling place. On the Republican side, as the captain making the case. I mean, I know the Democrats.
Oh yeah, this is not run by the Secretary of State. This is not run. You know, these are run by the parties. The parties can do whatever they want.
That's true.
And somebody has to stand up and make the case for the candidate. So
when the candidate makes the case for him or herself, is that magic? Does that move people in the room in a way that having a surrogate there would not?
You might say there's no controlling legal authority. Chris Matthews in Des Moines, watching it all. Chris.
Well, I'm here with the game changers themselves, Mark Halpern and John Heilman tonight, and I'm looking at this Trump picture here with Melania there in the first row, looking quite regal there, Mark.
Just an underdog, first-time candidate and his wife, hoping to maybe make an impression on the people of Iowa.
To me, we don't know who's going to win tonight yet. We looked at the entrance polls and all. We don't know, but if he wins tonight, to me, John, this is like a meteor hitting the earth politically. This is something nobody would have expected, an extraterrestrial event.
Just remember, it's not just that people didn't expect it, it's that people actively discounted it. When he started thinking, we started hearing he might run, people said, no, it'll never happen. He always flirts with it, never does it.
Where were you in the beginning?
Because of the fact that we wrote about him in 2012 and said and doubled down that he had come closer to running than a lot of people thought, we were both more open to the idea that he might actually do this.
And do
at
well?
This time, well, no, that we did not. No predictions were offered, although it always seemed to me from the time he got in that if you just thought about the Pat Buchanan 1996 constituency,
right.
nationalist, to some degree nativist, isolationist, hawkish on trade, hawkish on immigration, that there's always been that chunk, and it's a growing chunk in the Republican electorate. I always thought that he would be able to find a constituency, but not to be the front runner from the day he entered to now.
Well, he has, to me, three characteristics. The message, which is nationalism of sorts, economic nationalism.
Yep.
He also is an entertainer.
Yep.
And he has a wonderful ability to cut the throat of the guy who's closest to him as a rival.
I'd say I'd add to that list, and that list is absolutely part of it, is he is able to think about what happens many steps ahead, and then if he turns out he's wrong about one of the 7 steps ahead, to adjust.
When does he pull back? On the Canadian thing, for example, he put the bayonet in, and he hit squish, and he kept twisting it. Who would have believed that would have worked? He said for months the guy's clean, he's acceptable constitutionally, and he does a 180 on the guy, and it works.
Our poll, the Bloomberg Politics Des Moines Register Iowa poll, showed that did not matter as much to Iowa Republican caucus goers as the thing about the loans from Goldman Sachs and Citi. It's much lower, but 20% or so, it did bother them. But Trump,
20% is a lot in a close one.
No, but it doesn't necessarily have to matter to the voters. As long as it can discombobulate, as long as it can throw the opponent off their message, he'll keep going with it. And again, his intuitive sense, it's as good as Bill Clinton's, maybe better. Intuitive sense of what gets under the skin, what drives the news cycle.
And the genius of saying you're not eligible is the best you can make as a counter argument is, oh yes, I am.
It's like,
you can't win that argument. You can only hold your losses.
When did you stop beating your wife?
Yeah,
I never beat her in the first place.
I'm really an American.
He was a guided missile on Jeb Bush's vulnerabilities, on Ben Carson's vulnerabilities. It took him a while with Cruz. He was feeling his way around, and then he found the Canadian thing, and like Mark says, it doesn't matter to voters, but it was the first thing in a totally disciplined Ted Cruz run. For months, Cruz was disciplined. He threw Cruz off his game, and that was the ultimate effect.
I love being with you guys because you know your history. This is a state that has historically gone sort of geographic in these caucuses. Bob Dole won here twice. Bush Sr., a W won here. It's a good state for somebody from the middle of the country. And later it became a good state for an evangelical, for Huckabee or Santorum. Now, I think this guy has been a meteor here. We're watching a Pledge of Allegiance. Let's watch this for a second. Now, Trump is back here as an individual. He doesn't represent a faction, not Tea Party, not evangelical, nothing, just him.
What is most amazing about him in our poll, the Register Bloomberg Politics poll, and in all the polling, is that his support comes from all sectors of the Republican Party. He has evangelical support, Tea Party support, very conservative support, moderate support, establishment support, anti-establishment support. He goes across the ideological spectrum. He is sui generis. There is nothing like him in the Republican Party. He's not a faction.
Political party, too. We'll get back to Brian Williams now.
All right, Chris, we're going to, they've been presenting the colors and saying a prayer at St. Francis of Assisi Church. We're going to listen in when, as we believe, Donald Trump gets up and addresses the GOP caucus goers who are gathered there tonight. We're looking live at several different locations. Jacob Soboroff continues in Iowa City in the field house at a large caucus location. Jacob?
Yeah, Brian, so I'm here with Carla Smith, who is the caucus chair for this caucus location. Carla, you just told me before we got gathered right here that 327 people you've counted so far, right? And you expected 200-ish?
So we were thinking about 200-ish.
And the doors were supposed to close at 7 o'clock, but have you been able to close them yet?
They are closed as far as people, but there's still people who are in line. If they were in line at 7 o'clock, they could come through the doors. And there's too many people in line to get them all through the doors.
So you can't physically close the doors. There are too many people outside.
But the line has stopped, yes.
And so how many people ultimately, once the line got all the way in, gets all the way in, how many people did you think are here?
Really?
Over 400?
I'm going to say about 400.
About 400. All right, that's Carla Smith. Thank you, Carla, very much. I appreciate it. Carla has got an incredible job on her hands. She's been running around back and forth nonstop. Here she goes again. Carla, there goes Carla. She's got to make sure, not only make sure that this thing goes smoothly, but she's got to give a speech to everybody when this thing starts. So hope she's drinking lots of water and rest up before the big moment. Back to you guys.
Jacob Soboroff in Iowa City. Thank you. I should mention we've also got a report from Katie Tur in Iowa saying she's hearing from Republican Party sources who are saying that it is high turnout all over. Again, this is anecdotal reporting, but according to Katie Tur on the ground in Iowa, she says some sites, Republican caucus sites, have reported running out of registration forms. And again, anecdotal information, that's striking anecdotal information.
We have an embedded journalist of ours, Ali Vitale, at the Trump event. Ali, you're in St. Francis of Assisi?
Hey, Brian. We're here at St. Francis of Assisi in West Des Moines. Donald Trump, as you can see on the feed, is sitting here right in the front row next to his wife Melania. Also next to him, Iowa co-chair Hannah Burr. And we're going through the preliminary processes here at Caucus. As you can see, packed house. They've stopped letting people in. The proceedings are beginning. Also here, Carly Fiorina, some of her folks are in the corner. She got some applause when she walked in as well. But as with most things, when Donald Trump arrived, there was a frenzy to greet him, lots of selfies being taken, lots of excitement here ahead of Caucus.
So how about that? You're a caucus goer at St. Francis of Assisi Parish in West Des Moines. You have not one, but two candidates in your all-purpose room. In one corner, Donald Trump, and in the other, Carly Fiorina, because they've all got to be somewhere.
There are something like 900 Republican caucus sites in Iowa tonight, but two of the candidates are. I know we got a big Republican field, but still, statistically, to have two of them in one room is amazing.
Also, we should point out, not everyone is in Iowa. John Kasich, for example, is holding a town hall meeting in New Hampshire tonight because different campaigns make different choices. We are, forgive us, going to fit in a break. We'll be back, and we will bring you live coverage from inside these various Republican and Democratic caucuses underway right now across Iowa. 17 out of 16 candidates. Official doors closing time across Iowa. These are both live pictures of caucuses, and Donald Trump is taking the microphone inside the GOP caucus.
We don't win anymore as a country. We used to win. We don't win with the military. We don't win at the border. We don't win in any way. Obamacare is going to be repealed and replaced. Everything that we're doing has been wrong. We've made so many bad decisions. You look at the Iran deal that we just made. We're giving away $150 billion. We get nothing. We owe $19 trillion. The budget that we just approved, that got approved in literally hours, is worth $2 trillion. It funds everything that all of us in this room don't want to see it fund. We're going to strengthen our borders. We're going to build the wall. Mexico's going to pay for the wall. I'm the only one that says that, but believe me, they're going to pay for the wall. We are going to bring our country back. When I started this journey, and it really has been a journey, an amazing journey. It's on the cover of Time magazine this week. People are talking about all of us. It's not just me. They're talking about, I'm a messenger. They're talking about us, what's happening. We're going to take our country back. We're going to run it the way it's supposed to be run, as a great, great country. We're not going to make the mistakes. We're not going to, remember this, I am not given anything from all of the special interests. I'm funding my own campaign. It's called self-funding. I'm doing my own. So I'm not going to be told by Ford or by anybody else what to do. I'm doing the right thing for you. I don't need their money. I don't want their money. I built a great, great company, one of the great companies, some of the greatest assets in the world. And I say that not in a braggadocious way. I say it because that's the kind of thinking our country needs. We're in trouble, but we're going to turn it around. We're going to make America great again. And thank you all very much. I love you. Thank you.
Again, because these are not legal affairs, these are party gatherings. There are no restrictions on who can speak. As you just saw, Donald Trump has gotten up in the all-purpose room of a Catholic church to speak to a GOP caucus. It is striking, listening to the argument. Ronald Reagan talked about a shining city on a hill. FDR talked about a New Deal for America. Quote, everything we are doing is wrong. It's striking.
Title of his book is Crippled America.
It's striking.
And he said that he sent the cover back on his book because he looked too nice and he wanted to have a picture where he was scowling more and looked meaner. It is an approach that is very unusual, very unorthodox, very unexpected, and it is working in this campaign. You saw the reception that he got in the room there. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not it carries the day in Iowa right now. And so much of that is numbers. Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump are very different men, very different candidacies. Both of them are counting on people who have never caucused before in order to close the deal tonight in Iowa. We've actually got some entrance poll data in terms of what's happening with first-time caucus goers, how many of them have actually made it out tonight. They always tell pollsters they're going to. Did they actually show up? Is that going to be determinative tonight? Steve Kornacki has the latest data on that for us.
Yeah, and as we keep emphasizing, these are numbers that are really kind of changing by the minute as we get a bigger sample size here. But the latest I can tell you on the Democratic side is this issue of, are you a first-time caucus goer? We always talk about how key these folks would be to Bernie Sanders in particular. The latest number there is 44%. Now, again, this is moving around a little bit. It was down a few points a little while ago. It seems to be edging up. We'll see where it ends up. But to put that in context, 44% first-time caucus goers on the Democratic side. The last time they had Democratic caucuses, Obama versus Clinton in 2008, that number was 57%. That was the huge turnout that race got out there. We could also tell you in 2004, that was John Kerry and Howard Dean and John Edwards. The number was over 50% then, first-time caucus goers. So here we are, under 50 right now, and again, that could change, but right now looking at 44 may not be quite as high as Bernie Sanders was looking for. We can also tell you this, 17 to 29-year-olds, this is the youngest group they look at, and we saw in the polling leading up to this a gigantic age gap on the Democratic side. I can't emphasize that enough. When you were looking at young voters, the margin was overwhelming. Sanders over Clinton. Older voters, the margin was equally overwhelming. Clinton over Sanders. So 17 to 29-year-olds wanted to pay close attention to that. We're seeing right now 17% of the Democratic electorate being in that youngest group. By comparison, in 2008, when Barack Obama also had a big victory with that same group, the number was 23%. So Barack Obama got it up to nearly a quarter of the electorate. Right now, again, tentative, we keep putting that asterisk on there. Right now, it sits below that at 17.
Steve Kornacki, thanks. To Des Moines we go. Chris Hayes is with a Bernie Sanders campaign official there. Chris?
So, Brian, we are at this site in Des Moines here. The people online are still waiting to get into that auditorium back there. They're expecting around 250 people. There's 500 people packing the auditorium. Still all these folks to get in. In fact, Ryan here is a volunteer for the Bernie Sanders campaign. And what happened?
Well, we ran out of new registration forms, and I had to run and find some more literally in the middle of this. So these people who were lined up were all stuck in line because we ran out of the forms. And this is also the form for new voters and for party switches.
So one of the great things about the Iowa caucuses is that you can show up having not registered and just register tonight when you walk in the door. Those forms allow people to do that, and they ran out of them. This site has seen a lot of very heavy turnout. I was just listening to what Steve's entrance polling was revealing about the proportion of new voters. Here at this particular site, it has been a very, very big night for turnout and apparently a big night for new voters.
All right, Chris Hayes, thank you for that from Des Moines. Nicole Wallace is with us, a self-described establishment Republican. Her words this evening.
Maybe the last time you see me alive.
Okay.
We'll wrap you in bubble wrap and get you home safe.
I'm warned by people I don't even know to stay off Twitter.
Her name in the Witness Protection Program will be Bill. The question, I'm hearing from some folks watching the expression, take back our country. This is the second or third cycle we've heard it. Trump is the latest candidate to use it. Where's the country been? Who has it? Who are we taking it back from? What does it mean?
So I know the analysis is that he's tapped into, and I don't totally disagree with it, this feeling that we're in immediate and urgent need of turning around dramatic historic decline. But I think that you can't divorce it from the promise to completely reverse that decline, because they don't just his supporters aren't just drawn to him because he addresses their sentiment about how far we've fallen. He promises to bring them back to a place they long for. And I think it's unfair to his supporters. He's the politician. I think we should be as harsh as we can be on his comments, because they've crossed every line I've ever known of in terms of political decorum and civility and acceptable, sort of attacks on your opponents and the inhabitant of the White House. But what his supporters are drawn to is the other half of the message. He gets them by saying, I feel the same way you do about what's happened to our country, but it's the promise to make us great and to save us from further decline that has brought what we believe to be large numbers out to the
And other people have tried to capitalize. I mean, that's the businessman's, that's the outsider's promise, right? No politician,
turnaround artist, right?
politician can do what needs to be done. It has to be a non-politician, whether it's Carly Fiorina or it's Ross Perot or it's Donald Trump. You hear that message from outsider candidates.
But that's absolutely right. But I don't know how you can divorce Take the Country Back from a promise to kick out 11 million undocumented migrants, who most of whom are Latino, a promise to bar Muslims from entering the country. There's a, there's an element, there's a revanchist element in what he's promising and in whom he's speaking to.
I'm just trying to translate it. I'm just saying what his supporters hear is not just that I will ban Muslims, it's that, and I will keep you safe. And it's not just I'll build an awesome, huge wall. It's that I will stop the incompetence of two political parties who have tried to fix immigration and haven't. So it's his supporters. I just want to defend his supporters, not Trump. His supporters are responding to the promise to fix everything that's wrong with our politics in not a dissimilar way from what Sanders promises in terms of corruption.
In a best-case scenario.
I have to explain what our viewers are seeing. This is, again, too early to call. Note the percentage figure in the upper left. 1% of the results in. Given that, we're looking at Cruz, Trump, Rubio. Those of you watching in full screen HD will see on the far right of your screen the rest of the menu. That becomes much more important later on tonight when this becomes a bona fide running order. But again, 1% of the results in, and these are ridiculously small numbers because it is ridiculously early in what could be a very long night. Here's the Democrats. A whopping 4% in. Our terminology, obviously, officially too early to call, showing Hillary Clinton 52-47, but again in a 4% gain. Our coverage continues. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. We are back. Sporadic returns, caveats all over the place. This is how we put it at 8 o'clock Eastern time based on very early entrance polls. Trump, Cruz, and Rubio appear to be in the top three. 1% of the raw number in. You see very, very small raw number returns beneath each candidate. This is the early running order in the Republican Party. Three-way at the top in the Democratic race. Again, early indications based on very early entrance polls, those people entering tonight's caucuses, there is an indication of a Clinton lead. We're talking about differing counting systems between the parties, but you see there 8% of the raw in 53-46. Rachel.
We're going to go now to Tad Devine, who's a senior advisor for the Bernie Sanders campaign. Tad joins us by phone from Des Moines. Tad, thanks very much for being with us tonight. Congratulations thus far.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Good to be with you.
I know that this is a question you can't answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway because I'm curious as to how you will not answer it. But how important is it for you guys to win tonight?
Well, listen, in many ways, I feel we've already won. You know, we started off about 50 points behind here. We built a great campaign. Bernie got his message out. I see in the entrance polls that income inequality is, one of the top choices of issues, along with jobs and the economy. So I think we're connecting with voters. I mean, listen, this is going to be a long process. We're here to win delegates. We'll split the delegates tonight with Hillary. We think it's going to be very close. That's all the reports we're getting. We're getting multiple reports of running out of voter registration forms all around the state, and that's a good sign for us.
We have been getting those reports as well, both on the Democratic side and the Republican side. Because you guys did mount such a big operation in Iowa? Because you did, as you said there, you came from 50-plus points behind to tonight, it being too early to call and it looking like a very, very close race. Do you feel like there are things that the Sanders campaign learned in Iowa that you didn't know before this started that have changed the way you're going to approach the rest of this race? You've got enough money to be in this race for a very long time.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's going to change the way we approach the race. I mean, we believe that Bernie's message is the most powerful message. You know, this economy of this nation is rigged. It sends too much wealth to the top. It's held in place by corrupt systems, campaign finance. He's talked about that not only from the beginning of this campaign, but for many years now. And we think if we deliver that message all across America, it's going to resonate like it resonated here in Iowa.
In terms of the relationship between the two front-running Democratic candidates, obviously things have become more combative as time has gone on. The contrasts that each campaign is drawing about the other candidate have grown sharper. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how electoral politics works. Whether Bernie ends up being the nominee or Hillary ends up being the nominee, are you getting close to a point where it might be hard to reconcile the two sides? I speak as somebody who monitors this as news, but also just somebody who pays attention to the conversation on social media. And I feel like it's gotten pretty harsh in tone between Sanders supporters and Clinton supporters. Will you be able to come together when it's time to get a nominee?
I think so, Rachel. You know, I've worked for Bernie Sanders for 20 years. He's never run a negative ad, you know, an ad that puts an opponent in there, attacks the opponent, you know, all the terrible stuff you see in so many places in politics. He has a lot of respect for Hillary Clinton. You know, he's known her for 25 years. So, and while they disagree on some very important and big issues, those issues deserve to be debated. In the end, he understands, and I believe the Clinton campaign people understand as well, that we need to have a Democratic president, and we can't afford to have any of these Republicans in the White House.
Tad Devine, senior advisor for Bernie Sanders' campaign, joining us from Des Moines. Again, Tad, enjoy this night. I know this is going to be one of the busier nights of your life, but I do hope you enjoy it. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Rachel.
Let's slip back in this caucus we showed there briefly to see if we can listen in. A ridiculous number of media, almost 1-to-1 ratio with caucus goers.
Everybody gets their own camera.
Really, everyone is either being interviewed or on standby to be interviewed. It's absolutely incredible. I think the shouting is all over, and it looks like they have made their choices clear and gone home. Chris Matthews across town in Des Moines. Chris?
You know, Brian, when you were watching that guy run around that track upstairs in that gym, I was thinking that not everybody's interested in politics. When the Allied armies came into Paris in 1944, there were people sunbathing along the Seine. They hadn't caught up with the news. Anyway, let me bring in Steve Schmidt here. Steve, let's talk tough politics for a minute. Your party gets Bernie Sanders in the crosshairs. You get him as the Democratic nominee. What kind of a campaign would he face from the Republican side?
Look, Bernie Sanders is a 74-year-old socialist from Vermont who believes the top marginal tax rate should be 80%. He is far, far outside of the mainstream of American politics. He's extraordinarily far to the left of President Obama. We had a debate in this country about paying your fair share being defined as raising these top rates to 39.6%. So Bernie Sanders, from a economic vision for the country, is not something that is sellable in the mainstream. And Democrats, should he be the nominee, will be shellacked in the general election.
How many states would Bernie win, as you see it, giving us that rhetoric, if you use it, your party?
I think Bernie Sanders wins a handful of states. You know, maybe Vermont, California, Oregon, Washington State, but not too many.
He gets the left coast, but not the East Coast.
Yeah, I don't think he gets the East Coast.
He doesn't get Ohio or Pennsylvania.
He doesn't get Ohio, Pennsylvania. I'm not sure he gets New York or New Jersey.
Wow. Well, let's talk about your party and the meteor that might hit it tonight, which is a one-man band, a man without a faction. He's not a part of a Tea Party movement, nor is he part of an evangelical world. He is a man who's not part of the establishment. If he wins tonight, will the Republican establishment come to grips with him and say, damn it, we got to live with this guy?
Look, if he wins tonight, it's very difficult to see the scenario where he loses. What state does Donald Trump lose next? He wins tonight, He has a commanding lead in the state of New Hampshire. He's a commanding lead in Nevada. He's a commanding lead in South Carolina, setting himself up very well to the winner-take-all states that come Super Tuesday and after. And so I think the Republican leaders look at the potential of a Cruz nomination, and they look at Ted Cruz, and they see somebody who gets 140 electoral votes and leads to a loss of the Senate, potentially a loss of the House. So they look at Donald Trump and they see someone who has the potential to expand the pool to be able to pick off big parts of the Democratic coalition.
So, in other words, the rational thinking in the Republican Party is Trump's a better bet, and you're praying for Bernie.
Look, people look at Donald Trump, they say Donald Trump's a deal maker. Donald Trump's saying what's necessary to win the nomination, but somebody who was pro-choice, pro-gay marriage, New York values, wins the state of Iowa, the notion that he could flip in that direction but lacks the political dexterity to flip back, to be accommodationist, to be pragmatic, I think is hugely underestimated by people who think he can't do that.
I get your thinking. Thank you. Back to Brian and Rachel.
All right, Chris, thank you. And all the while, we are aware people are watching the changing numbers either full screen or at the bottom of the screen. Very, very early. We don't advise buying or selling any stock based on this. But again, the number to look at, just under 30 delegates there, is the percentage of returns in, 3% in. The finishing order has gone back and forth here, but these are very squishy, very early numbers. We have to scoot to a break. Our live coverage continues on the other side. We are back, and there's a distinction in our wording that many of you will note. We have gone from too early to call to an official call here of too close to call. On the Democratic race with 17% in, and on the Republican boards, which will show the top 3 Republicans, too close to call. Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, separated with only 5% in, mind you, by 115. Reminder, the Republicans do a raw vote. These are the top 3 with 5% in the GOP caucus. And again, we repeat these warnings. This is going to be back and forth all night. Negligible numbers in so far. We're joined here in the studio by Nicole Wallace, establishment Republican, and Lawrence O'Donnell, Boston Democrat. Nicole, what are you hearing? You're on your device a lot.
It's gossip, and like with all you real reporters around, I feel so insecure about trafficking and gossip, but I will anyway. So I'm here. Yeah. So I'm hearing that Rubio is having a strong night based on the crowds, based on things happening in the room, and I feel like in a lot of ways we haven't paid as much attention. You know, the 2 tarantulas in the bowl were Cruz and Trump, and Rubio took the high road, and it wasn't a strategy admired in this climate. A lot of people thought he was laying back too much, but if he has a, you know, and he's probably going to come in 3rd, but people will think it's really awesome if it's a close 3rd. So to me, that's very interesting.
And Lawrence, we heard quite a bit about the Rubio 3-2-1 strategy. 3rd in Iowa, 2nd in New Hampshire, or so they hope. And it's completed by winning South Carolina. There is Rubio leaving the caucus tonight in Urbandale, Iowa.
Thank you, sir. Great night.
That's where our luck ran out. We have to take a quick break because when we rejoin, you'll be at the top of the next hour. We'll have freshened, updated numbers. Be right back. This is the counting of Republican ballots. It's going on live, and let's listen in.
Marco Rubio.
Rand Paul. Chris Christie. Donald Trump. Marco Rubio. Jeb Bush. Ted Cruz. Donald Trump. Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz. Marco Rubio. Donald Trump. Marco Rubio. Rand Paul. Donald Trump. Rand Paul. Donald Trump. Marco Rubio. Jeb Bush. Donald Trump. John Kasich. Donald Trump. Rand Paul. Marco Rubio. Donald Trump. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. Rand Paul. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. Governor Christie. Jeb Bush. Marco Rubio. Rand Paul. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. Rubio. Marco Rubio. Donald Trump. Chris Christie. Where do you go? There you go. Rand Paul. Rubio.
We hesitate to jump in here like golf announcers, but let's state the obvious. Something as basic and organic as folded pieces of paper in an old plastic U.S. mail container while everyone who's ever owned a device is watching and recording for themselves, being tallied up on another piece of paper. It's from here and these modest roots, when we say first in the nation caucus, that the voters in Iowa, those who cared enough to go out and caucus tonight, can send a message that is heard, not just around the political world in this country, but around the world. To wit, let's look at where we stand, given the fact that this is very early on tonight. This is the Republican side. Again, pay attention to the percentage of the vote in. And as you saw, the Republicans do one person, one vote. It's raw vote. And having said that, with 5% reporting, it's a Cruz, Trump, Rubio race. Those are the top three in a crowded Republican field. To the Democrats. And again, our terminology is important. We've gone from too early to call to too close to call, and that's for a reason. Coming up on a quarter of what is kind of the distilled Democratic process in 52-47, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders. Rachel.
I should be clear, when you're looking at those little numbers below the pictures of Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton there, those are not vote equivalents.
Of course not.
They're not votes in the same way that they do actually represent votes in the Republican side. The Democrats count differently. What we're watching here is a Republican caucus, and they're tallying up these paper ballots that were cast by every participant at this particular Republican caucus site in Des Moines. On the Democratic side, you don't count folded pieces of paper, you count heads. You count human beings that moved themselves to a specific part of the room.
In herds.
In herds, yes. to indicate who they supported, and then what that's reported out of that caucus is state delegate equivalent, which is something that is too boring to understand at this point in the race. We won't need to understand it unless we get really, really, really arcane in the closeness of this race. Steve Kornacki, looking at this particular caucus site in Des Moines, obviously we're just getting an anecdotal snapshot of how the race is going, vote by vote here. How important is this, and actually, what do we know about this caucus site specifically?
Yeah, actually, something very interesting. You are looking right now at that vote counting. That is the test. That is the key to whether this is going to be a good night or not for Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio concentrated his efforts in this campaign heavily on the Des Moines area. Polk County, that is the biggest county in the state. That is where Des Moines is. That's where the state capital is. Polk County, and also right to the west of Polk County, that is Dallas County. That is suburban. A lot of college-educated, white-collar Republicans there, bedroom communities outside Des Moines, and a little bit to one county north of Des Moines. Those three counties, 3 out of the 99 in Iowa, are going to account for about 1/4 of the vote cast tonight on the Republican side. They were the heart of Mitt Romney's campaign in 2012 when he basically tied Mitt Romney, and Rubio has taken some heat from Republicans in the state for concentrating so much in that area. So he needs, I was paying close attention there to hearing his name called out, because he needs big numbers out of that area. And one other thing on the subject of Rubio, we've been talking about these entrance polls. One thing I want to draw your attention to, with all of the warnings that these are early numbers that are still coming in, this is what we're seeing. We talk so much about the evangelical vote on the Republican side, and so much of the commentary heading into tonight was, would Ted Cruz drive up a big number there? We also wondered, would Donald Trump make inroads? Well, Ted Cruz, right now in the entrance poll, is leading with evangelicals, and Donald Trump has made, at least according to the numbers right now, inroads. But Marco Rubio right now, getting more than 20% in this entrance poll of the evangelical vote. And again, evangelicals right now making up well over half of the electorate. And you remember, in the closing weeks of this campaign, Marco Rubio put an ad on the air in Iowa where he talked explicitly and personally about his Christian faith. And so that number, at least right now in the entrance polls, will be very good for Marco Rubio.
Steve Kornacki at the board, thanks. We want to go to Hallie Jackson, is at Cruz campaign headquarters, but has some reporting to add on the plot lines surrounding Marco Rubio tonight. Hallie?
I can tell you, Brian, that the campaign, the Rubio campaign, is feeling like they are going to have a really, really good night. And that is based on the turnout that they're seeing in some of the precincts that are important to them. What are those precincts? Typically more suburban areas, areas where you might see some of those more establishment Republicans turn out for somebody like a Marco Rubio. Although, as Steve is pointing out in those entrance poll results, that percentage of evangelical votes could be really important as well. So very optimistic from the Rubio campaign. He's been talking a lot more about his faith very openly on the campaign trail, especially in the last couple of weeks here in Iowa, as he's made stop after stop here. At this point, the Rubio team feeling good, feeling confident. We've been talking that they might sneak into position that outperformed where their polling had been, so we're waiting to see what will happen with that.
We need to repeat as we take another glance at the numbers. This is raw vote, 14%, not even a quarter in yet. First wave so-called entrance polls in a caucus state are the political equivalent of the fog of war. They are often very, very misleading, and it's good to just wait till we have more raw data in. Though I must say, Nicole Wallace, this matches kind of what the talk you were getting from out there, that perhaps one of our plot lines was that Marco Rubio was going to have a good night.
Yeah, it also, you know, the Cruz was way ahead 2 weeks ago, and the fact that Trump has closed in on him and tops him in some statewide polls, in the Des Moines Register, which is a very respected poll. They're not wrong very often. He's just ahead of him. And that Marco Rubio is eating away at his evangelical support is a daunting sign at this point in the night. Cruz may very well eke it out, but he was a dominant figure in the Iowa caucus projections and polling 2-3 weeks ago, and the fact that they are right on his heels says something very interesting about this Republican electorate.
Thinking about the trend line in Iowa, it was interesting. After Donald Trump announced that he was running, he shot to the top of polls across the country, including in Iowa. He held that lead until October, when Ben Carson took it from him.
Right.
Ben Carson collapsed in November. Then Ted Cruz took that lead from him in Iowa. And Ted Cruz has been on the downswing in the polls. His momentum has been negative since then. The question is whether that created an opening for Marco Rubio. Let's go to Jacob Soboroff, who's in at the University of Iowa at that caucus site there at a place. He's in a Democratic caucus. So they are not counting folded pieces of paper. They are at this point counting heads, right, Jacob?
So that's what's happening, Rachel. If this is not completely unexpected, it's very, I would say, incredible to see. So this is the Hillary Clinton preference group that's come over here. We ran out of, at this location, the cards to count people as they come in. So they've asked people to go into their preference groups, and they're counting them up both to get a head count and to get the preference groups. Now, check this out. I know you guys have our big bird's eye view as well.
Yeah.
This is the Hillary Clinton group. They've already gone over to the undecided group to try to recruit voters from the undecided group. But when you swing around here, Bernie Sanders, maybe three times as large as the Hillary Clinton group. Again, this group, they're counting them all at the same time because they literally ran out of cards. So what they're doing, if you follow me over here, the gentleman in the light blue shirt, his name is Nicholas Johnson. Believe it or not, between 1963 and 1973, this guy was an FCC commissioner appointed by President Johnson. Was a dissenting voice on the commission, and right now he is the precinct captain here for Bernie Sanders, counting each and every one of these votes so they get a head count on what's going on here.
Jacob, I'd like us to go back to that aerial shot here, just so I can narrate from the aerial view what Jacob was just describing. In the lower right-hand corner there, that small group of people that looks like they might possibly be a minion, that's the uncommitted voters, right? Then on the upper right-hand corner,
that's right. Yeah, and we're going to walk, Rachel. We'll walk over there with you. So this is the uncommitted, as you said.
Very exciting.
Here's the uncommitted voters. Hey, Rachel. This is the uncommitted voters over here. What are you guys gonna? When are you guys gonna make up your mind?
So what's gonna happen is they're gonna take the polls, and after that, the different the Clinton campaign and the Sanders campaign are gonna come over.
I saw Clinton guys are already trying to pitch you. They doing a good job.
Sanders.
All right. So Rachel, you heard it from the undecided voters. They're both getting it from both angles so far.
Okay. The larger group of people that we were seeing is the group of Bernie Sanders support. That's on the left side of our screen. On the upper right-hand corner, that's the Hillary Clinton group. This is democracy in action, as if I feel like I could draw on it with a magnet and make a little face.
Hang on here, we have a development.
We have some enthusiasm on the side.
And Jacob, we should probably point out how this is unrepresentative of the state. Remind folks where you are and what type of gathering this skews toward.
That's exactly right, Brian. I want to remind people what we've talked about before. We are in Johnson County, Iowa, a liberal bastion here on the eastern part of the state. We're at the University of Iowa in the field house here. These are all students from the campus. And as somebody told me earlier, just to reiterate, I know I told you guys this before, whether 50 people or 500 people showed up here tonight, the candidates are leaving with the same amount of delegates. It doesn't matter how loud they chant, how many people are here. 6 precinct level delegates, and the county as a whole has 91 state delegate equivalents out of 1,400. So again, the county has 1,400. The county has 91 and 1,400 as a whole overall. Tiny percentage. Guys, hey, Jacob from MSNBC, you're here in the Hillary group. Bernie's got a much bigger crowd. How are you guys feeling right now?
You know, I think we're going to be able to pull through, and we're going to have a viable group, and we're going to get some delegates to the next level.
So that's a good point, Rachel and Brian. What she's just said is viability. There is actually perhaps a concern that the Hillary Clinton group at this location is not going to be viable, that they may not have, once the head count is done, 15% of the overall crowd. In order to leave here with any delegates at all, you need to have, as the animation that I showed you guys earlier tonight said, at least 15% head count for your candidate. So if there is not 15% of the overall group in the Hillary section, these guys may actually have to realign as well, either to undecided to be pitched by Bernie or Martin O'Malley. And by the way, in all fairness, we should show the Martin O'Malley group too.
Please.
Come this way. These guys in the corner over here
as the seas part, are the Martin O'Malley group. So they're certainly not viable yet, and they're going to get pitched as well on coming to join either Hillary or Bernie. But I don't know.
Jacob,
looking again at the hit.
I can't see them. They're invisible. Who are the Martin O'Malley people?
They're not visible in the high shot.
They're not visible in the high shot. Can you get
Rachel.
it from your camera? I know, I feel terrible.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so here's the Martin O'Malley supporters. I just want to make sure that we got enough cable to get you guys all the way there. Come over here, guys. If you could, I'm actually moving the Martin O'Malley preference group live on television. Guys, you are here for Martin O'Malley. You don't look viable yet. What are you guys going to do?
Honestly, we're looking at the undecided vote right over there. I think they're really key in the political party system, so we'll see what they have to say.
And who are you thinking about realigning to right now? Hi, what's your name?
Shayma.
Who are you going to realign to?
Probably Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. How about yourself?
Sanders.
Bernie.
I mean, I'm holding out for O'Malley, so...
You're holding out. All right. Looks like a heavy lift. You're going to be here for a while, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. You heard it from that gentleman. He's going to hold out till O'Malley is viable.
One of them's wearing a cape, so maybe that gives him strength. He's wearing the flag of Iowa,
Iowa State flag as a cape.
It is the Iowa Caucus, after all.
Beautifully done.
So again, to folks just joining us, while you're watching Democracy in Action, if you fly west out near the Nebraska border and you look at a smaller but similar Democratic caucus tonight, the totals are not going to look the same way. And in a college town, on a college campus, that's what we're seeing. Let's listen into the GOP tally.
Yeah. Here we go, 21.
Is there anything hanging on that?
No. Well, there was a tear on that one, so. No Santorum or Huckabee, right? No, we did not have any other counts.
Huckabee or Santorum.
So we have no counts for the other candidates.
We had a blank one.
So, and one blank. So you'd have to calculate. You want to verify these with your calculator and then get our total.
36, I think. 37.
So if we heard correctly there, no Huckabee, no Santorum, but again, it's a snapshot of this district in Des Moines, where, as we heard, Marco Rubio played it hard, and where you're going to get a skewing of the population there.
Interesting, of course, there with Mike Huckabee and Rick Santorum being the last two winners of the Iowa caucuses.
That's right. And he's showing off on that orange paper, perhaps not the best angle for us, is the final tally from that precinct. Kevin Tibble's back at his polling place, his caucus location in Indianola, Iowa. Kevin?
Well, Brian, as you mentioned, Democracy in Action, it has taken place here. Quite an incredible evening, really, because this place holds some 400 people, and it was standing room only. Many saying that this is the first time they've actually attended one of these things. A lot of men and women joking, saying that it was their spousal unit who dragged them out here tonight because they thought that this was a very important evening to take part in. There seems to...
Ben Carson got 7. Chris Christie got 11. Ted Cruz got 10. Carly Fiorina got 1. Jim Gilmore did not receive any. Mike Huckabee did not receive any. John Kasich got 10. Rand Paul at 22. Marco Rubio at 88. Rick Santorum did not receive any. Donald Trump at 37.
Sorry, Kevin, that was terribly rude of us, but we also wanted to have some of the flavor of the count from that Des Moines caucus location. Kevin Tibbles, go ahead from Indianola.
Well, they have just finished counting the votes here, Brian. This place was standing room only. It holds 400 people. People were lined up around the walls. There were a lot of people that brought their children here. And as you may or may not have heard me say as that vote counting was going on, a lot of spouses, men and women, were suggesting that they had to drag along their spousal unit here because people here seem to find this particular caucus perhaps more important than those in the past. As I've been listening to your program there, we've been hearing a lot of talk about Marco Rubio. Well, out of the 2 precincts that caucused here in this church this evening, one of them, Marco Rubio, literally walked away with, almost doubling the votes of Donald Trump and Ted Cruz. The first precinct, Ted Cruz won that by a more narrow margin. So in listening to what you folks have been talking about, it seems to have been reflected in Indianola, some 20 minutes south of Des Moines. People are now making their way out. A very civil evening. A lot of people got up and sort of barnstormed the crowd, talking about the candidate that they wanted other people to support. It was a real sort of grassroots evening, but a very disappointing one for many of the candidates. Marco Rubio seems to have been the real winner here in Indianola tonight, Brian.
Kevin Tibble in Indianola. Kevin, thank you. Let's go to Des Moines. Let's go back to Des Moines, where Chris Hayes is at that crowded caucus site, which has a bunch of precincts and both parties. Chris, where are you and what's happening?
All right, Rachel. So I am in an auditorium. That's the Sanders supporters right now. I'm in an auditorium. They were expecting about 250 people. They have 448.
Wow.
They just did the first count, and they had to put people on the stage. They did the first count. Viability number for O'Malley at 15% was 68. It's actually 67.2, but caucus rules are you round up, despite the fact that our caucus chair said the nuns taught me to round down. So it was 68, and they did not make it. So that small group of people on the stage are the 24 O'Malley supporters who are now deciding where to go. There were also 10 uncommitted. They are now going through the sorting process in this huge auditorium. At the first count, the Bernie Sanders supporters had about 50% of the folks here. We'll see if they add to their number. Now, this is a precinct that is fairly strong, I think, for Sanders in terms of the profile of the folks here. As we were sort of coming in, it seemed like he was going to be stronger here. He is stronger here so far, but it is a massive turnout. And the caucus chair has handled this very difficult spatial situation with tremendous aplomb throughout the evening. They've figured out all sorts of ways to count folks. No one can really move. As you can see, people are sort of pinned in on the sides. It's not like a room. It's not the field house that Jacob was in where people can move around very easily. This is actually the opposite of that. And it's taken some on-the-fly logistical improvisation from the very adept caucus chair to make this happen. And we are late now, but it's now looking like they're going to get towards a final count. You can see folks sort of breathing a sigh of relief at the end of what has been a pretty long process.
Chris Hayes, closest thing we have to a vertical caucus in
stadium seating with that caucus.
High pitch. Okay, another break. We'll be back right after this. The staples of political coverage in this country, the shot of the candidate and their family watching returns in the hotel room. This is tape turnaround from a few moments ago. In his hotel room, Bernie Sanders watching the returns from the state he sometimes calls Iowa in his Brooklyn accent. So far for him, obviously, our boards have this race too close to call. Went from too early to call to now too close to call. We're nearing the halfway mark, though, in what passes for the Democrats' way of counting the returns tonight, 51-48.
Those small numbers below the percentages for each candidate are not vote totals. They're delegate equivalents, which is a whole different idea.
Don't even get us started.
But again, too close to call on the Democratic side and also on the Republican side. Ted Cruz and Donald Trump are vying for first. It is too close to call, according to NBC News. Marco Rubio currently in third. Now, that's the bottom line, as best as we can give it to you on both of these races right now. One source of information that we've got is entrance polling. And on the Democratic side, in terms of the entrance polling, there's some interesting perspective on President Obama. One of the things that's not a mirror image between the two parties is that there's a lot of range on the Republican side between in terms of how the Republican voters of Iowa feel about their candidates, whether or not they like them. There are a number of candidates on the Republican side who Iowa Republicans do not have a favorable opinion of. That's not true among Iowa Democrats. Iowa Democrats love their candidates, and they love President Obama. The favorable numbers for Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders are in the 80s. The favorable numbers for President Obama among Iowa Democrat is more like 90%. But look at this entrance polling from people who turned out on the Democratic side to caucus tonight in Iowa. People were asked about President Obama's policies. Would you like to see them continue? a big majority of people going to the Democratic caucuses in Iowa tonight, 56%, said they want to see President Obama's policies continue. Nearly a third of people going out tonight to the Democratic caucuses in Iowa say they want President Obama's policies to be continued in a more liberal direction. Only 7% say they want President Obama's policies to go in a less liberal direction in terms of which way the country goes post-Obama. So that's a good snapshot of what kind of Democratic electorate turned out tonight. They like President Obama broadly, but if you have to ask him to veer one direction from his policies, they want it to go more left. And not more right.
When last we left Jacob Silberoff, he was in some physical danger of being trampled by the Bernie Sanders forces in the middle of the field house. Let's go back down to the floor of the field house. What movement can you report, Jacob?
Okay, so we have some numbers. These are not delegate numbers or reportable numbers, but there was some danger of the Hillary Clinton campaign not being viable because you need to have 15% of the overall total to be viable here. The Hillary campaign had 89 supporters out of 495. They expected in the 200 range people to be here. So Hillary is safe. She's viable for now. And now they're trying to get every last voter in order to bump up the delegate count that she'll be walking out of here with. The Bernie campaign obviously is also viable. Right now, we are seeing maybe a little democracy in action. See if we can peek into this recruiting session that's going on right now.
That's exactly what Bernie's going to do. Bernie is trying to lower, or is trying to equal them so that the upper class are not paying the same amount of taxes as the middle and lower. Bernie is trying to equal the playing fields.
So
do you understand?
I'd still be like paying the same amount as taxes, whereas like people who make more income than me would be paying even more taxes because they can afford it.
Right, they're going to be, okay, so like the percentage that you pay is going to be equal no matter how much income you have.
Okay.
And that is what Bernie's stance is. He's trying to level it.
Okay, Rachel, Brian, this is how it goes. This is how it goes down here at the Caucus. Oh, we're gonna go back and keep listening. Hold on.
Single person. It's large corporations that he wants to make sure that they're paying their fair share of taxes and that they're not putting jobs overseas. He wants to bring jobs back into America.
Okay, the TPP.
I have a question because
okay, go ahead.
Answered. What is your rebuttal about the military? How he hasn't talked to correspondents?
Yeah. See, that's just kind of a thing with, in general, like their commander-in-chief. They know their political backgrounds. No matter if they meet with foreign correspondents, I mean, I'm not going to say that's not important because it is completely important. I'm like your boyfriend's military. I know Christian. It comes with the job. Just because you meet with them doesn't mean you're any better than anyone else.
Are you concerned about your boyfriend who's in the military? Yes. Bernie's for the VA. He cares about veterans' rights. He cares about taking care of them. He doesn't want to ship them overseas and then bring them back when they're not taken care of.
What I want to know is how, because I get VA. I am VA. I am a vet. My mom's a vet. How is he going to fix it? Because I can tell you right now that the VA is more screwed up than it has been in a while. The fact that I haven't gotten benefits in 3 months because the VA is so fucked up really makes me concerned. So how is Bernie going to fix it?
Bernie's whole thing is that if you can't, Bernie's whole idea on this is that if you
when you listen into caucuses, you take the good with the bad.
Sorry about that.
People often speak the way they do out on the street, and we apologize. I know Jacob apologizes. We all join him in apologizing for a bit of French that snuck in to our English language translation there. But Jacob, example well taken. Very young veteran of our country, a very heated microcosm conversation, and an interesting subplot there. I presume what they were talking about is President Obama's decision to host foreign correspondents, American-based foreign correspondents at the White House, which has happened at least once in his presidency. I'm imagining that's what they were talking about there.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. And again, apologies from us here in the field house as well. Obviously, as I said, this is what democracy looks like. It ain't pretty, and people get very heated out here. We're not walking in. We're not putting ballots in the ballot box. These are people pouring out their hearts, pouring out their souls, and a little bit of foul language as well, to decide who the next leader of the free world is going to be. You hear from military veterans here. You hear from people that are looking for jobs, paychecks, health care. This is quite literally, in certain situations, life or death stuff, and this is no joke.
Jacob, can I just ask you what we were just overhearing there? And I've never seen you blush before, so I know that your apology is genuine because you went bright red as soon as that happened. But in terms of what we were watching there in that heated conversation, that was obviously Bernie supporters trying to persuade. Were those uncommitted, unaligned voters, or were those Martin O'Malley supporters? Who were they trying to persuade to join Bernie's camp?
Yeah, that's right. So those are, I would assume that those are uncommitted voters. They very well could have been also Martin O'Malley voters that went into the uncommitted category because, as we were talking about earlier, Martin O'Malley was not viable. He didn't get 15% of supporters, 72.5 people in his corner over there. And so that's what we were seeing. I just want to pan around again to the Bernie Sanders group, who are now just sort of cooling their heels, waiting to find out ultimately how many delegates Bernie Sanders is going to walk out of here with, because they are guaranteed, obviously, a sizable portion of the delegates at this location.
All right, Jacob, we will come back to you. We're going to check in with our own Casey Hunt, who is over at Sanders headquarters. And Casey, as an old Associated Press veteran yourself, I know you have some reporting on what they're saying inside Sanders headquarters.
Brian, good evening. Well, we just showed you that video of Senator Sanders pacing in his hotel room. It's a suite that they've got upstairs at this Holiday Inn where they're waiting and watching the returns. And if you've ever covered Bernie Sanders before, watched him a little bit, I covered him some in the Senate, you'll know that he has a famous lack of patience. You remember back to his presidential announcement, it actually only lasted 10 minutes, and it was marked by him saying, hey, you know, we've got other important things to do. We got to get back to the Senate. And, you know, we can still see that today. He's clearly at a point where he's loving this. He's come so far at this point. If you remember back to I went and watched what some of the pundits had to say when he first announced. They called him crazy. People called him a loon. I asked Sanders about that, those specific terms, a day or so ago, and he said, you know what? I said at the time, don't underestimate me. And I'll say that again, don't underestimate me now. And talking to Sanders' aides who are in the room with him and who are on the phone with the war room that they have down the street at headquarters, they have a team of people. They've built their own app so that they can be in touch directly with precinct captains and get a chance to know independently themselves what they're seeing. And those early reports reflect what we've seen across the board, what Jacob and others are seeing at these caucuses. And that is just enormous turnout, people running out of registration forms, one caucus having to be pushed into a parking lot. One example that an aide used with me is a caucus site in Sioux City, which I'm sure you're familiar with the geography of Iowa. That's out in western Iowa, which for Republicans is a very conservative area, and on the Democratic side would traditionally be considered a place where Hillary Clinton might do well. The Sanders team has heard from some of their captains out there that the people who are showing up and tearing out those registration forms, leaving them with none left to hand out, are all there for Bernie Sanders. That's, of course, according to the precinct captains that are there working for Bernie and in touch with the campaign back here in Des Moines.
I knew you would have reporting from inside the campaign. Casey Hunt, who was briefly 50 feet tall in the giant screen behind her there in the ballroom. Casey, thanks. Let's run our boards again, take a look at the arithmetic as we know it and as we have it. Important phrase on the upper left, too close to call. Important number after that. 53%, though this does not refer to any kind of raw vote. 51-48 in the context of too close to call. Over to the Republican side. Again, we're showing the boards of the top three. That is not to mean that Rubio is in leader contention. We're nearing the halfway point. Too close to call. A race for first between Cruz and Trump, 29-26. Difference of about $2,000 in the raw, but it's early, and you see the rest of the field. Again, it's early, but Carson, Paul, Bush, Fiorina, Huckabee, Kasich, Christie, and Santorum. There's all of the Republican field. 50% of the raw vote in. These are how the percentages shake out. To Chris Matthews at our election headquarters in Des Moines. Chris?
Thank you, Brian. I've Robert Costa here, the top reporter for the Washington Post, trying to figure out what the headline is tonight. And I look at a couple things we know already. 97% rejection of the Bush family. Dramatic. I mean, they spent, what, $15 million out here? That's already in the news. That's done.
Not surprising. The Bush campaign has put all of its chips on New Hampshire. That's where his last play is right now.
Let me ask you about this this three-way. It's a two-way, looking at the raw numbers now, a two-way between Cruz and Trump. And with Rubio, I have the sense that the Rubio spin's going to hit us around 11 o'clock or midnight. They're going to have a dramatic statement from him, very gushing, claiming victory. Why do I know that's coming? He will claim victory in third place.
I mean, when you talk to Rubio allies tonight, as I have for the last 30 minutes, they're going to cast this as a victory for the senator, someone who's going to go barreling into New Hampshire as the establishment favorite. He didn't need a win here tonight. He needed momentum. They feel he got it.
And will this be very much, I've seen great spins before. Mondale back in '84 when he won 1 out of 9 contests on one night. And the next morning, Today's Show congratulated him for winning, thanks to Bob Beckel's good work then. I watched Bill Clinton come in 8 points behind Tsongas in New Hampshire, claim victory, call himself the comeback kid. How much media manipulation are we going to see tonight from the candidates, where they simply spin reality to their favor?
Well, I'm not so sure it's the media manipulation. It's the Republican establishment needs a horse. They want to stay in this race. They say Cruz and Trump dominating
even though he wasn't in the running for victory out here.
Well, Rubio really never had a strong ground game here. He came to the suburbs. He came to the urban areas. What I'm watching as well with the high turnout, the Cruz organization is for real. That evangelical network, religious conservatives, they came out tonight for Ted Cruz. He is as competitive as ever because of that ground operation.
When we get to midnight, we get to final returns. If we do get something conclusive by midnight East Coast time, do you think there's any way that Trump can accept anything but defeat if he loses? Is it a sheer loss, or he can say, I've always been more popular in New Hampshire, blah, blah, blah. This was an evangelical state. The guy cheated. He put out that mailer the last couple days. I didn't really lose here. Is that possible?
It's possible because Trump has never really spun this as a favorable state. It's a state he wanted to win, but it wasn't home turf. He always wanted to go into New Hampshire and South Carolina. If he doesn't win tonight, what did he get out of Iowa? He bruised Cruz, brought up the Canadian birth. He brings up the nasty reputation in the Senate. Those are his words.
Can Cruz escape defeat out here if he loses? Can he say it wasn't a defeat?
If it's tight, yes, he can. The Cruz campaign is built for a national campaign. They're strong in South Carolina. They have a whole apparatus in the South. This is going to be a long race. If it's tight between Trump and Cruz tonight, I expect a protracted primary battle.
Thank you. By the way, Brian, I have to tell you and Rachel, I have never seen better photography and covering of a caucus night like tonight. The pictures coming out of the field house at the University of Iowa, the pictures of the hotel room of Bernie Sanders is Time Magazine, is the kind of picture you usually get a week later. And here we are getting it the night of the event. It's fabulous to watch that. That picture of him pensively looking at it, he's probably watching us, pensively looking at the TV screen, is history. There it is. It's a great picture. I've grown up with, as you guys have done, grown up with those pictures of people watching that and see how they're doing. It is except for that bit of cinema verite a few minutes ago, it's been absolutely perfect.
Audio verite. Yeah, part of that, Chris, is miniaturization. I mean, we can all shoot that quality picture on our devices, and we see in the background how small cameras have gotten, to the great consternation of the men and women who make up our camera crew population around the world. Let's fit in another break, because when we come back, we're going to go live to Trump headquarters, where a crowd is gathering in Des Moines.
To hear the derision dripping from Rick Tyler.
Anytime there's a celebrity in the race.
Yes, anytime there's a celebrity, and then Marco Rubio, well, he's in third. He's in third. Why would I feel the need to comment on someone who's in third?
You picked up on that, huh?
Yes, I did.
He's good at his job. Like, I've done those interviews. I've done them with you, actually, on election night, where you don't know yet what's going to happen. And he stayed on message. He didn't glow. They're well enough ahead that someone less skilled
He gloated very quietly. He kept the volume down.
Gloated with pizzazz.
In terms of the turnout, we are hearing projected turnout from Republicans. Reportedly, Republicans are saying that they think the turnout tonight is going to be a record. The previous record turnout on the Republican side is about 122,000. That was in 2012. Republicans, at least anecdotally now, are projecting they're going to be maybe 50,000 higher than that, up to 170,000.
And the Cruz model was built to go right to 170. So that is an important number. The Cruz model for success, the ground game, its capacity was 170.
Well, what's happening in terms of where people are turning out and what the vote looks like in specific parts of Iowa. Steve Kornacki has been looking at this in terms of specifically what it says for the Trump prospects tonight.
Yeah, I got to say, right now, we're getting to a point here where this is getting serious. And if you're Donald Trump's campaign and you're looking at these numbers right now, you got to start to get worried right now, because you are basically more than 3,000 votes behind Ted Cruz statewide, with more than 2/3 of the vote in right now. Take a look at a few things that are happening right now that explain where this is coming from. You look at this part of the state here. This would be the Mississippi River on the eastern edge of the state. This is Dubuque up here, the city of Dubuque. This is Davenport down here. These are both purple counties right now. Purple means Marco Rubio on here. Now, Marco Rubio's strategy in Iowa, he took a lot of criticism for this, was he went to the heavily populated areas. He was around Des Moines. He was around the cities in eastern Iowa. The character of this part of the state, though, there's also lots of blue. These are old, mill towns along the Mississippi River. You're talking blue collar. You're talking about a haven for Catholics in Iowa. So there was some expectation, and the polling was showing that in the eastern cities of Iowa, Donald Trump was doing very well. These are not final numbers in Dubuque. A lot of votes still to come in Dubuque, but early on, Marco Rubio leading in Dubuque. That is very good news for Marco Rubio. That's why 21% right now, that is exceeding the expectations for Marco Rubio. This is one of the places he's getting it from. Here's another one, Davenport. This is Scott County. This is where Davenport is. Now, this is different. Most of the vote is in Davenport right now. In 2012, when Mitt Romney basically got a tie with Rick Santorum statewide in Iowa, this was the heart. This was pretty much, this in the Des Moines area was pretty much the heart of it for Mitt Romney. So you're talking about that sort of establishment-type Republican, more moderate Republican, less evangelical. Well, Marco Rubio looks like he's going to win over here tonight, not Donald Trump. This was an area of the state, I think, where the Trump people were expecting they would do a little bit better. Also, some trouble signs for the Trump campaign. Take a look down here. Now, make sure this works. This is Polk County. This is the most highly populated county in the state. This is Des Moines right now. And again, there is still vote to come in. If you're looking for where that 70% is going to get up to 100, it's right around here. It's Des Moines and it's Dallas County. Dallas County, this is a suburb of Des Moines. This is the fastest growing county in the state. Right now, you see, look, Ted Cruz is leading here. Rubio wanted to win here. Trump right now down in third place there. Take a look in Dallas County. This is the bedroom community right outside, right to the west of Des Moines. Again, Mitt Romney ran up big numbers here in 2012. Donald Trump right now running in third. Rubio and Cruz doing well there. So, look, again, a lot of votes scattered. There's room here for Trump to move up, but we're at a point now where if you're Trump, you got to start getting worried.
Steve Kornacki at the board. Fantastic technology. We should probably add, based on where we're about to go next, when technology works, it's great. Jacob Soboroff back on the floor of the field house. Jacob, there's been a cough in the system?
Yeah, a little bit, unfortunately, Brian, and it's a pretty simple technological one. I'm here with Carla Smith, who we met earlier in the evening, and her phone battery has died, so she is not able to report the results yet to the party. But Carla, you have done the final count. The campaigns have done the final count, and you have the numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what they are?
Sure. Bernie Sanders had 406 people.
Okay.
So he is having 5 delegates.
And, okay, out of 6 total.
Out of 6 total. Hillary had 93 people and has 1 delegate out of the 6 total. Oh, the total amount of people that were here were 499.
Say again, the total amount of people?
499.
Okay, so and those are the numbers that you're going to be reporting to the state party.
Yes.
Are you concerned that you're not able to get them in on the app because of your battery?
Yes, yes.
And is that something that you guys have talked about in advance?
Well, yeah, but there's a number I can call, and I can use somebody else's phone and call them in, I think.
All right, so we're going to let you go, and you can go do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Carla, appreciate it. All right, again, guys, that is Carla Smith, the caucus chair for Iowa City Precinct number 3 here at the Fieldhouse at the University of Iowa.
If you could help her out by loaning her a charger or a Mophie, that would be really cool of you, I think.
I don't think that would be putting your thumb on the scale.
I don't have an Android.
Okay. It's interesting what Jacob has just seen there, because nobody expected, including the Des Moines Register in its last poll projecting turnout, that Democrats would end up with an unusually high turnout. But at least anecdotally, we're seeing in some specific places that they are getting high turnout, including in that spot in that college town. Obviously, college town turnout is going to be very important to Bernie Sanders. I sort of feel like this is the same thing that happened the morning after the first debate this year, which is that everybody was expecting, oh, the debate will be interesting. Donald Trump's in it. He's a TV celebrity. We'll see what happens. And those first numbers came in for that first debate, and it was, what, 24 million people or something watched?
Yep.
There's a lot of interest in this race, and it may be that it's not following the specific contours we expect it to follow. It may not be totally predictable, but it seems like on the Democratic side and on the Republican side, the American interest in this race is outperforming what all the professionals expect. And we'll see if these turnout numbers hold up. But if they do, I think that's going to be one of the big sort of heartening surprises, no matter which candidate it redounds to.
Let's take a break. When we come back, it'll be the top of a fresh hour. We're going to talk to our political director, Chuck Todd, among others, and we will have refreshed new numbers at the top of the hour when our live coverage continues. Here we are at the start of the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast. 75% of the raw vote is in the GOP side of this race. At too close to call, the contest right now between Ted Cruz and Donald Trump, with Rubio at this point in third place. Again, 75%. On the Democratic side, a tougher calculation because we're not talking about a raw vote, but we have it, obviously too close to call at this hour, with 63% of the knowables in about potential delegates, 51-49, and 1% for Martin O'Malley of Baltimore.
And we do have some reported news on Martin O'Malley. This is a live shot of his celebration venue for
maybe
tonight.
The saddest picture in all of politics tonight.
Alex Seitz-Wald is reporting tonight that Martin O'Malley is expected to suspend his campaign. During his speech tonight, after the Iowa results come in, we just saw him at 1% right now at the current tally in Iowa, so that's not too much of a surprise. He's also been in some pretty serious money trouble, which you would expect given his distant third place in the polls. Right now, in terms of cash on hand, Hillary Clinton's got about $38 million cash on hand. Bernie Sanders, $28 million cash on hand. Martin O'Malley reported cash on hand, $169,000. And the New York Times reporting today that a lot of not just his senior staff, but also his junior staff has been working for free. And no matter how much passion you've got for your candidate, that's not sustainable, especially when you turn in a number like this in Iowa. So not sustainable, especially when you turn in a number like this in Iowa. So again, we are expecting the campaign of Governor Martin O'Malley of Maryland to effectively end, to be suspended. He's going to suspend his campaign when he's going to speak tonight. We're expecting those remarks from Governor O'Malley in about a half an hour.
It happens. There's only so much oxygen in the room, only so much money in the world of politics, and it appears to be the first casualty of the evening. Chuck Todd, our political director, standing by at our election headquarters. Chuck, what do you make of the numbers this early?
Well, there's a few things you need to know about the numbers. Let's go on the Republican side. The vote that is out is evenly distributed. What does that mean? It means there isn't somehow a pocket of a Trump county that is not reported yet, or someplace that we think Trump could overperform. It is very hard to see how he overtakes Cruz at this point. Obviously, it's still a small margin. We're always going to be very careful before you would call a race, but I can tell you, multiple campaign models, multiple ways of looking at this. It is very hard to see how Trump overtakes Cruz, and that we're looking at the order that we're looking at. Now, what does that mean? By the way, number one, Brian, it means Ted Cruz is the first Republican to take a punch from Trump and survive. That's a big deal. That's a big deal going forward. Number two, Marco Rubio, I think, is getting the booster shot that he needed. Let's see if the rest of the establishment field and the donors now start rewarding and consolidating behind Rubio and away from the sort of establishment wing of the party. It should give him the booster shot that he needs in New Hampshire. And number three, Donald Trump now is the guy with the pressure on him. If Iowa was a must-win for Cruz, New Hampshire now is a must-win for him. And as you know, Brian, we've done this for multiple presidential cycles. 8 days is a lifetime from Iowa to New Hampshire, and numbers can swing in a hurry. But you got to say this, you got to give Cruz credit. He had the governor of Iowa against him. He had Donald Trump beating the living daylights out of him, and he survived. That's a big deal. It's the first time we've seen somebody essentially survive the onslaught from Trump in this race. By the way, on the Democratic side, one thing about how close this race is, basically the two campaigns are going to split the delegates. And the only reason that Hillary Clinton will likely have a small delegate lead is because the superdelegates, which is the equivalent of the Democratic establishment, are mostly for her.
Wow, Nicole Wallace, the Republican story tonight is really fascinating. To Chuck's point, he's so right. A week is a year in American politics, especially in this cycle.
And what Cruz will have done, if these numbers hold up, is he will have robbed Trump of his central reason for being. His central reason for being in this race is his winneriness. And he will have deprived him of his whole purpose for being the best guy to make America great again.
Wait, do you think that it's key to his appeal that he will win? So if he doesn't win, it punctures him?
I just think his whole brand is about being a winner, and the rest of us are losers. And so he will, in effect, coming in second is not as good as coming in first. He will have lost to Cruz, and I think it gets at the central Trump purpose.
And it's what he tells his audiences every night.
We're going to win
if I
so
don't
much,
win,
you'll come
it's
to
a
me.
waste of time.
You'll come to me and say, President Trump, can we stop winning for a while?
Of coming in
You'll
second.
get so sick of winning, you'll be bored.
That said, because Donald Trump is becoming a more and more conventional candidate with each passing day, he did do some work over the last 48 hours, 72 hours, in which he did damp down expectations in Iowa. He's got his usual bluster, but he said it would be nice to win. I would like to win. We might not win. I hope we win. He wasn't saying I definitely will.
Where would Trump be tonight if he didn't come on as strong as he did in the last 3 weeks on Iowa, challenging Cruz on everything from how he financed his Senate campaign with Wall Street loans, challenging Cruz's citizenship. He couldn't have hit Cruz harder. Where would he be? Would he be finishing after Rubio if he didn't do that big run against Cruz?
Lawrence, can I ask you a question? Probably a lot of people, as they see the numbers, are going to start asking in a kind of second wave. Where do we stand on Ted Cruz and being born in Canada?
What's interesting is when the issue first arose, most people, including myself, believed that this was already a closed case. We agreed with the phrase that Cruz used, which was settled law. I then brought law professors on my show, and I couldn't find one who thought it was settled law, including Lawrence Tribe, which really then excited Donald Trump, and he kept quoting him everywhere. And so there's been a renewed rush of scholarship toward this since it emerged, and the scholarship is trending against Cruz on this. You know, it's going to go on now as long as he won tonight and his candidacy is viable. The big question for Cruz, though, in terms of this calendar is, where's his next win? Where does he pick up another win?
Well, he thinks South Carolina is their campaign.
Well, you know, I was interesting, though, looking at the New Hampshire polls right now. Obviously, the big story out of New Hampshire is that Donald Trump has a large lead in New Hampshire, but the person who is polling consistently second in New Hampshire now is Ted Cruz. And so we've seen these interesting percolating lower-tier candidates like John Kasich or Chris Christie, these guys popping up, even Jeb Bush a little bit.
For like 6 hours. And then
for
you get
6 hours. But where those guys are is 6, 7, 8%. The guy who's consistently in second right now is New Hampshire. Ted Cruz, in the Republican universe, is not a New Hampshire type of candidate. Right. The question is whether or not he can, if he pulls this out tonight in Iowa, whether he can both build on the momentum but also apply whatever it is that his campaign did in Iowa to win a very, very, very different kind of race with a very different electorate in the Northeast.
You know, one of the markers that Marco Rubio is going to pull out of the entrance polls, it's one of the biggest gaps in the entrance polls. It's the question of can win in November. Marco Rubio has a giant lead on that question in that he's at 43, Trump at 26, and Cruz at 21. And a lot of these other numbers are very close together. This is the kind of number that actually tells you something because there's a big gap in it.
And we think starting tonight, the Rubio campaign will be saying, look at us, come home, establishment Republicans. Chris Jansing standing by at Rubio headquarters with same. Chris?
Well, they're fired up here, I can tell you. I've talked to a lot of people who have come back from the caucus, maybe about 200, maybe 250 people so far, and every single one said that they have been surprised where they have caucused, that a lot of people who were on the fence went for Marco Rubio, how passionately people spoke about him. And to Lawrence's point, a lot of people talk about electability, that they think that he is the one who could go out and beat the Democrat, obviously something he has been hammering recently. Let me bring in Alex Conan, who is the communications communications director for the Rubio campaign. Let me get your take on where your candidate is right now.
This is a big night for us. This is way better than we did in any public polling. Clearly, we had a lot of momentum the last couple days. It turned into a big night for our campaign. I think we're coming out of Iowa with a lot of momentum in our back. I can tell you our website is under siege right now by people trying to log on, joining our team at marcorubio.com. It's a really, really good night for our campaign. We're leaving Iowa very, very happy, and we aren't even done counting the votes yet. I was just out with Marco. We spoke at 4 caucus sites. There was massive turnout. These are areas where most of the people in those rooms were supporting Marco. I don't think those votes are in yet, so we're, stay tuned.
Well, you did mention the polls. The last 2 polls that came out had him at 15 and 17%. He's now at 22%. From what you know, what's still outstanding, how could you finish here?
Well, we're gonna every time, all the new votes that are coming in, we keep rising in the polls. It's totally possible that we could finish second, which nobody thought that was possible just a couple of hours ago. It's a real.
You think you could pull out a second place?
Well, potentially. Again, I mean, we're very happy with the 3rd place finish, but a lot of the areas that are still outstanding are good areas for Marco Rubio. So stay tuned tonight.
And where do you go from here? I mean, obviously North Carolina, but how do you take this?
Well, it's a lot of momentum. I think it's clearly a 3-person race leaving here. If you don't want Donald Trump or Ted Cruz to be the nominee, you better get on board with Marco Rubio.
New Hampshire, here you come. Thank you so much, Alex Conant. And one more thing about the folks who I talked to here today. A lot of them are now so excited about the prospect of this. A couple of the college students were saying to me, well, maybe their next stop is going to be either New Hampshire or South Carolina. That's the kind of thing you want to build on, even when you come out of a place in 2nd or 3rd place. And what they are saying consistently here is just remember the last 2 cycles. The winner of Iowa is not the one who went on to win the nomination. And so, as you can hear from Alex, feeling pretty good tonight, Brian.
All right, Chris Chansing at Rubio headquarters. Let's go across town to Chris Matthews. Chris, I want to hear you out on this 1, 2, 3 apparent, at least at this hour, finishing order in the GOP.
Well, I think if Trump loses, and it looks like he's behind significantly, he will be the victim of expectations. I think the Des Moines Register poll that came out this weekend came out almost like an exit poll. It created a reality, almost like the first returns in from the caucuses. And all this weekend, the word among the press and the media has been, and among the politicians out here, is that Trump's ahead, that he got so the first photo finish, he won. And now it looks like he's lost. So it has more power than it would have had we gone into this weekend looking at a very close race. It looked like Trump was going to win this thing. So if he doesn't, that's a killer. I must say that maybe we all underestimated the Rubio fact here. And that fact being Todd Harris, who was media advisor to Joni Ernst and really brought her in with that brilliant ad on hog castration, really created her out here in Iowa with that. Todd Harris is one brilliant media guy, and he's been with Rubio from the beginning, and the way he's portrayed him is kind of a guy, you can look at him almost like one of those Santa Claus masks. Wherever you look at him, he's looking back at you. And so if you're a moderate, Rubio looks like a moderate. If you're very religious, Catholic or Protestant or whatever, he looks like one of you. And they've been very clever. If you're a hawk, he's a hawk for sure. But he's also a, quote, establishment moderate. So he's been able to create a lot of visages, all easy to take. And I think you had to make a big decision to vote for Trump or for Cruz. It's an easier, softer vote to go for the younger guy who looks now to be the real challenger of these 2 guys going on through New Hampshire, especially New Hampshire. He is the real challenger to Trump right now.
A lot of nodding up here on our panel, especially with Nicole Wallace. First of all, Nicole, you think you're going to get through a night without hearing about Santa Claus and hog castration in the same sentence?
I loved that joke.
That was great.
She became my hero in that moment.
But specifically this Rubio role.
Well, so first of all, Rubio deserves the medal for sort of press spin. And I think that I said to you earlier that the Rubio press operation most reminds me of the Bush press operation. We sort of ran our race. Lots of times people called us really, really stupid. But we had a plan in mind, and we sort of trusted that by the time people voted, it would work out. They never wavered. There were a lot of people throwing pot shots at them up until this morning. And he never, and it's maddening to some people, especially in the press, he never veers from his message in a near annoying manner. And he never veers from his tactics, and they never second guess each other. You never see stories in the paper about their team questioning each other. And it pays off when you have a result that exceeds expectations. Now, whether this actually exceeds their expectations or whether they just pulled off one of the best spin boondoggles of the cycle is, I not going to weigh in on that. But we are now going to be celebrating his third-place finish in Iowa for days.
But it's not just third. If he comes within 3 points of Donald Trump, 3 points of the giant, that
or
is
beats
really
him.
impressive.
You heard Alex Conan say he could beat him.
Yeah, and I really want to see the autopsy on the Trump ground game. They were silent about it. They wouldn't answer questions about it. They would close the door when anyone came to take a look at who was involved in it. But they kept assuring people, oh, yeah, we've got a great ground game. We're ready. We'll find out if they were just winging it, and this is what they
have to just say, as we are absorbing that information, it should be noted that the Democratic race right now is so tight you could bounce a dime off of it.
Wow.
Steve Kornacki's got the details on this. This is incredibly close.
Yeah, I mean, we've spent so much time on the Republican race for obvious reasons, but by the way, now let's give you, to interpret this, you see the 50%, the 49%, the number you're seeing below. Again, these are delegate equivalents. These aren't actual votes here. This is what you're getting at all these precinct caucuses we've been showing tonight. But what we can tell you is this, about 80% of the vote is in. About 80% of the precincts are in on the Democratic side right now. Bernie Sanders, this is razor thin, as you see. He does have a chance to overtake Hillary Clinton here. Now, we don't have the map by county because we don't have the votes, but I can tell you where this is going on right now. We have outstanding precincts, a significant number of them in Iowa City. That's a college town. That's the University of Iowa. Bernie Sanders has been banking on that. Outstanding precincts there. In Cedar Rapids, that is right nearby. Bernie Sanders has been doing very well there tonight. Outstanding precincts there as well. Story County, this is Iowa State University, another college town. Outstanding precincts there as well. Also in the city of Davenport, where he's doing well. That's on the Mississippi River. Outstanding precincts there. Some sizable areas where Bernie Sanders has been doing well that are still out. Now, counter that, there are a couple of sizable areas where Hillary Clinton's doing very well, where we still have precincts to come in, most notably Polk. That is Des Moines. That's the capital city, doing very well there. Dallas, we keep talking about this. That's that suburb right to the west of there. She's doing well there. Outstanding precincts as well. So you can't look at it right now and say one of these has a clear advantage, but you can look at it and say when it's this close, Bernie Sanders absolutely could overtake Hillary Clinton.
Steve Kornacki, looking at those outstanding precincts in the places where we still don't have a vote total, are in any of those places, is it unusual that we do not have a vote total? In any of these places, does it seem like there might be a wrench stuck in the works, or is this just the normal course of events in terms of when things will come in?
Yeah, what you're not seeing, these are not empty counties where we have no precincts in. These are counties where you have 60, 65, 70%. But we're talking about some big ones there. For instance, in Johnson County, we talk about, that is Iowa City. That was a couple cycles ago. Almost 10% of all caucus participants in the state were just in that county on the Democratic side.
All right, Steve Kornacki at the board. Two interesting races, both parties. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with updated numbers and Chuck Todd right after this. At 10:19 p.m. on the East Coast, here's the Democratic side. Again, not raw vote, that 81% number in the upper left. Too close to call. These are, no, it's a bank shot mathematically. They're delegate equivalents. More on that at another time. Let's go to the GOP, where we have a development. 99% of the raw in. Too close to call, and look at the margin here.
99% in.
99% in. Sooner or later, we're going to have hard and fast results. Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, from first to third, 43,000 to 35,000. Chuck Todd is standing by, but first we're going to go to Katie Tur at Donald Trump headquarters. Katie, you sense a little bit of a change in the atmospherics, if not the overall mood?
Certainly, everybody is glued to the television right now watching this. I just spoke with State Senator Brad Zahn, who endorsed Trump back in October. I showed him the latest poll results, and he said, and I quote, he is not going to be happy about this, referring to Donald Trump. Right now, I think it's interesting to point out that Donald Trump has spent the last month or so really going hard after Ted Cruz, pretty much ignoring Marco Rubio, and the campaign might be seeing that tonight as a real mistake. They had hit Marco Rubio Rubio hard earlier in the campaign, but as his poll numbers never really seemed to rise, the campaign moved on from him and focused on Ted Cruz while also hitting Jeb Bush along the way. So what I do expect is to hear him start talking about Marco Rubio more in the coming week as we get over to New Hampshire, trying to diminish his momentum. Certainly there was a big expectation that Ted Cruz would win this state, but if Marco Rubio has as strong a showing as he is showing right now,
Katie, let me interrupt you because this is germane to your beat. We are projecting that when it's all said and done, based on all available numbers, Ted Cruz is your projected winner of the Iowa First in the Nation caucuses. Ted Cruz, let's bring in Chuck Todd. Chuck, have at it.
Brian, look, Ted Cruz needed to win Iowa. He did win Iowa. The most important thing, though, in the way he won Iowa over the last 3 weeks is Donald Trump did him a favor. The irony to this is a month ago, everybody had conceded Iowa was Ted Cruz country, and then Trump turned it into a two-man race. Some of the public polling backed him up, put him ahead, and now this victory means more to Ted Cruz than it would have been a month ago. Someday, if Ted Cruz is the guy in Cleveland getting that nomination, he should thank Donald Trump for doing what he did in the last 2.5 weeks of this campaign. Cruz won this thing in the face of the Republican governor, the popular Republican governor, Terry Branstad, endorsing against him. The establishment endorsing against him. He took a punch. It's a big deal for Cruz. The other thing is Marco Rubio, obviously. The fact that maybe he could even catch Trump for second place. But this puts all this pressure now on Trump to see if he can now go and win in New Hampshire. I can tell you this, Brian, everything is going to change in New Hampshire. This is going to flip. I think we could be staring at a real three-way race with Rubio, Trump, and Cruz. And don't write off Cruz. The most important thing here tonight, though, Brian, is what is Trump going to say? How's Trump going to handle losing? How does he do a concession speech? Maybe more important, how he concedes tonight will tell us what he's going to look like as a candidate in the next week.
Chuck Todd, thank you so much, and what a luxury to be able to talk to you right off the top of the news. If you're just joining us, based on 99% of the return in, the projected winner in Iowa is Ted Cruz. Hallie Jackson is standing by at Cruz headquarters. Hallie, have all the big screen televisions projected this same news behind you?
The big screens behind me, Brian, are showing Cruz in a very strong position in Iowa. And over the last 5 minutes, we've heard two big cheers come up from the crowd here as they're watching the results come in. The crowd feeling really good. The campaign feeling really good. They have been what we have described as supremely confident, very optimistic in their organization, in their ground game. They've believed that they would hit their get-out-the-vote totals. I'm being told that they have hit their get-out-the-vote totals. As we hear another big cheer coming up from the crowd here with our projection that Ted Cruz has won Iowa. People are excited. Some folks have come in from caucuses. One thing we've been hearing as we've chatted with folks who have caucused and come here is high turnout. One man said that at his precinct it was 3 times the number of people he'd typically see, and he's been caucusing there for 26 years. And he said that Cruz was the winner at his caucus, Trump second, Rubio third. That's something we've heard a lot as we sort of anecdotally chat with folks here. So obviously a sense of excitement, a sense of optimism, but also a sense of perhaps that this was not a surprise. We've been talking about how Cruz has been tailor-made for Iowa, or I guess I should say how Iowa has been tailor-made for Ted Cruz with this strong evangelical population, a population that Cruz has been working on very hard to convert to his supporters. And tonight, it looks as though that has paid off for him here in Iowa, guys.
2 college dormitories full of volunteers, they said, from all 50 states.
Camp Cruz.
East Coast, West Coast, all around the country. Just an incredible ground game that you've been covering all along.
Yeah. And they knew that that was so important to the eventual turnout here. And that is something that they believe that they've been pointing to. They were able to not just turn people out, but also have a data collection effort, a data gathering effort here. They were able to, even up in these last 24 to 48 hours, Brian, identify voters. Even yesterday, the day before the caucuses, identify supporters of other candidates, people who weren't planning to caucus for Ted Cruz. They were calling them. They were having these long phone conversations with them, up to 17 minutes on average, speaking to these particular people directly about the issues that matter to them and how to convert them into Ted Cruz supporters. So the campaign, again, all along has felt confident. Positive about that rebalancing expectations, but tonight, obviously with the projected win for Ted Cruz here, a good feeling for the campaign. We're going to go get some reaction, and we'll come back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson at Cruz headquarters. Cruz under withering attack for these past several weeks. Andrea Mitchell has news on the Clinton campaign front. Andrea.
The Clinton campaign, an official is telling me they are declaring victory. The Clinton campaign, an official is telling me they are declaring victory over Bernie Sanders. They say it is close. Obviously, we don't have the numbers to back it up, but after radio silence now for the last couple of hours, they are declaring victory tonight, saying that they believe they have defeated Bernie Sanders, that the turnout was very high, which is what he had said would, or their campaign, and then the candidate himself had said would mean a victory for Bernie Sanders. This is a very cautious crowd, and obviously NBC is not declaring this, but this is what a senior official is saying, that they believe they have defeated Bernie Sanders here in this hard-fought race, much, much closer than anyone would have expected some months ago, with the excitement and the passion for Sanders' message, a message of populism, and Clinton saying that her experience, her pragmatism could get things done. You know, Brian and Rachel, and how tight this has been, how difficult and how important a test. But in any case, top Clinton officials are telling me tonight that they believe that they have won, and they say we are declaring victory.
Andrea
Brian,
Mitchell from Clinton
Rachel?
headquarters.
That's a very unusual decision.
To the folks watching at home wondering, can they do that? The superficial answer is they just did, but the secondary and more serious answer is the individual networks using human intelligence, algorithms, mathematics, make these estimates and calls and award states and elections to candidates on their own for a reason. So we will await that.
And let's be clear that in terms of the NBC News and NBC News' very careful take on this, with 83% in terms of the Democratic results tonight, it is still too close to call, according to NBC.
Yeah.
It is an unusual thing for a campaign to declare victory when they don't have any more of the vote in than we do. Obviously, they have their own polling and monitoring that's telling them something. It's hard to know whether or not this is a gambit or whether this is, I mean, it is a gambit because they don't have the results in, but whether this is an effort to try to sway perceptions of what's happening tonight, or whether this is really that they believe they have won.
Back on the Republican side, this is the hour, 10:30 Eastern Time, where often the news starts breaking out, and the news right now has to do with that man. Governor Huckabee has announced on Twitter, prior to showing up at his own event, that he is going to suspend his campaign. And he says simply, thank you for all your loyal support, using the now common hashtag to his effort, I'm with Huck.
Governor Huckabee, of course, the winner of the Iowa caucuses in 2008.
A former victor.
A former victor. Rick Santorum was the winner in 2012. You see him there at the bottom of the tally right now. Being next in line for the Republican nomination isn't what it used to be.
So rationality is finally settling over some of the Republican candidates who could have made that very same choice to leave the campaign a while ago. I'm going to be fascinated to see if the media wants to revise its near unanimous verdict on the brilliance of Donald Trump skipping the Iowa debate. Did that work quite as perfectly as the media seemed to believe it did?
There are 8 polls that have come out in the last 2 weeks of Iowa that meet NBC News standards. Of those 8 polls in the last 2 weeks in Iowa, Donald Trump wins every single one of them. And so something changed. What's the big thing that changed? He skipped that Iowa debate. The other thing that always goes wrong in Iowa Republican polling, if anything goes wrong in that polling, it's always that Christian conservatives get undercounted. We may yet find that that was the other thing that went wrong, not just in one poll, but in all the polls.
And in the entry polls, Cruz, as one might expect, took the evangelical vote by more than 10 points.
Nicole, you believe that was the skipping of the debate that...
Not because he wasn't on the stage. I don't know that he paid a price for that, but because he furthered a worry that will endure, that when challenged by a woman who isn't on board, he bristles. that is not part of winneriness, and that is not part of his central trait, which is strength. That is called thin-skinnedness. That is a troubling red flag sort of in the subconscious, and I think that gave people enough pause to take a look not just at Cruz. I think his vote was locked and loaded. You know, I saw them quickly in Des Moines yesterday, and they had such a long lunch, and they looked so relaxed that I thought they're either positive they're going to win or positive they're going to lose. And I think they were
having a serenity prayer moment.
They were so mellow. Like I've lived through a lot of election days, and I've never sat at a table for lunch for 2 hours. So they were so certain of what was going to happen today. Trump clearly was not, but I think Rubio also took from Trump. And so I think, but here's what I don't want to...
Trump handed Rubio a lot more time on the debate stage.
For sure. And Rubio had a better debate night than Cruz.
Yeah.
But I think Trump is capable of adjustment. So I wouldn't be surprised if he made some adjustments and came roaring back in New Hampshire. We'll see.
This is also, I will, not to beat a dead horse, that is Jeb Bush. But Jeb Bush is also turning in really bad numbers tonight. He's at 3% right now in Iowa. And Jeb Bush spent more money in Iowa than anybody else. Jeb Bush has also spent more money nationwide on trying to destroy Marco Rubio. And we're now seeing what Jeb Bush is getting for all that money.
And he has to worry about a rush to Rubio from people who were Bush people, including senators. I mean, is this the moment where a bunch of endorsements, and by the way, if you're Marco Rubio and 12 senators call you up tomorrow and say, I want to endorse, he's going to say, no, thank you. He's going to say, meaning, let's pace this out very slowly, and I want all your help and I want your mailing lists, but please don't make me the establishment candidate tomorrow.
On the Democratic side, we just learned that Bernie Sanders has apparently delayed his departure from Des Moines tonight, apparently in the face of the Clinton campaign's self-declared victory, at least thus far. At any moment, any of the news organizations could make that different. Codify it as you were. We have not. That's right. Too close to call with 84% in. Hallie Jackson is going to be traveling on the Cruz aircraft across the country to New Hampshire overnight. Chris Matthews is inside our election headquarters in Des Moines. Chris, a lot of news to catch up on since last we spoke.
Yeah, I think we got Robert Costa here from the Washington Post, and we're trying to figure all this out because the buzzards are circling on Trump, right?
They are.
It's already begun, and not just in the media, but among politicians. And I do notice, Brian and Rachel, when you look at your chart there, of the returns tonight so far, 99% in, 98% in, you see 66% adding up of the Republican voter tonight in the cause voted against the establishment, and even Rubio is a two-toned candidate. He comes off as a bit establishment and a bit churchy and evangelical, a bit hawkish, a bit moderate. As I said, he's got a piece for everybody. So it was a smashing defeat for the establishment. Jeb Bush got nothing out here, nothing. In a state his father carried, his brother carried, nada. And so will a 2-to-1 anti-establishment Republican Party nominate a Marco Rubio when you get down to the stretch?
They could, because when you look at the next contest, New Hampshire, you have Christie, Kasich, who weren't really even playing hard here. They have a real shot in New Hampshire. There is an establishment vote.
That hurts Rubio.
It could hurt Rubio in New Hampshire. There's no guarantee. He's going to try to get a bounce out of this, spin this as a big bounce.
Is it still a good bet that Trump wins in New Hampshire and then goes on and wins in South Carolina? That he puts together a big two in a row, even after tonight?
At this point, Trump's biggest struggle in Iowa was he didn't have an organization on the ground to compete with Cruz's evangelical network. In a straight primary, when all someone has to do is show up, they don't have to sit in a gymnasium or in a church pew, it's different.
Which is the case in New Hampshire and South Carolina.
Exactly.
Let me ask you about what we're trying to figure out what the Trump people are saying tonight. What are they doing to show their defeat and how they're adjusting to it already?
According to my sources close to the Trump campaign, Trump's Iowa strategist Chuck Laudner and his national chairman from Iowa, Sam Clovis, are not in Des Moines. They're not with Trump right now. They're at their homes where we're at Caucus locations. Everyone, it's a tight-knit backstage right now in West Des Moines at the Sheraton Hotel. Trump's getting ready for his speech, and from one person who's close to Trump, he's unhappy.
Well, heart in any athletic event is what do you do when you're behind?
That's right.
That's heart. Does Trump have heart? Can he take this punch? You've watched him so many months.
Trump has often said his reaction tonight will say so much about his campaign. He hates to lose. He said that a million times. But this is a test for Donald Trump. Not just the organization in Iowa tonight, what he says when he gets on that stage.
I am so with you. This is going to be great drama tonight. There's nothing like a concession speech, Rachel and Brian. Nothing like it. It tells you at the core what's there. And for Trump, he's going to have to tell us what's there left after you lose one tonight. Brian.
Chris, you're so right. His choice of language right now, it's chilling if you've been around the politics to learn that someone's team is separated from them on a night when language really matters. Let's go to Rubio headquarters.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is the moment they said would never happen. For months they told us we had no chance. For months they told us because we offered too much optimism in a time of anger, we had no chance. For months they told us because we didn't have the right endorsements or the right political connections, we had no chance. They told me that we have no chance because my hair wasn't gray enough and my boots were too high. They told me I needed to wait my turn, that I needed to wait in line. This is your turn. But tonight here in Iowa, the people of this great state have sent a very clear message. After 7 years of Barack Obama, we are not waiting any longer to take our country back. This is not a time for waiting. For everything that makes this nation great now hangs in the balance. This is a time where we need a president that will truly preserve and protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, not one that undermines, attacks, and ignores the Constitution of the United States. This is the time for a president who will defend our Second Amendment rights, not a president who undermines them. This is a time for a president that will rebuild the U.S. military, because the world is a safer and a better place when the United States has the most powerful military in the world. This is no ordinary election. 2016 is not just a choice between two political parties. 2016 is a referendum. It is a referendum on our identity as a nation and as a people. In America, there are only two ways forward for us now. We can either be greater than we've ever been, or we can be a great nation in decline. If Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton get elected, if they were to win, we will be a great nation in decline. If they win, Obamacare becomes permanent. If they win, these unconstitutional executive orders from this president become permanent. If they win, our military continues to decline. And if they win, the balance of our Supreme Court will be controlled by liberal justices for over a decade or longer. They cannot win. Hillary Clinton is disqualified from being the President of the United States. Because she stored classified and sensitive information on her email server because she thinks she's above the law. And Hillary Clinton can never be commander-in-chief. Because anyone who lies to the families of people who have lost their lives in the service of this country can never be commander-in-chief of the United States. And so tonight, I thank you here in Iowa. I thank you because tonight we have taken the first step, but an important step, towards winning this election. If I am our nominee, and I will be our nominee thanks to what you have done here in this great state, when I am our nominee, we are going to unify this party, and we are going to unify the conservative movement. When I'm our nominee, we are going to grow the conservative movement. We are going to take our message to the people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck, to the students living under the burden of student loans, to the families struggling to raise their children with the right values. We will take our message to them and we will bring them to our side. When I am a nominee, we will unite our party, we will grow our party, and we will defeat Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders or whoever they nominate. I want to thank an all-powerful and mighty God for the chance that he has given us to be a part of this endeavor here in Iowa. It's been a phenomenal experience. I want to thank my wife and my family. I want to congratulate my friend, Senator Ted Cruz. He worked really hard here in Iowa, and he earned his victory tonight. I want to thank another good friend of mine, Governor Mike Huckabee, for his service to our country, to the state of Arkansas. He has announced tonight that he is suspending his campaign. We have tremendous admiration for Governor Huckabee, and we thank him for all he's done. For Governor Huckabee, and we thank him for all he's done. Two centuries ago, an extraordinary generation living in one place at one time here in America, colonists of an English colony, declared their independence from the most powerful empire in the world. They did it with the powerful words and principle that our rights come from our Creator. They do not come from our government. And over the rest is a two-century history of the most extraordinary nation in the history of mankind. I know America is special because I was raised by people that knew what life was like outside of America. I was raised by people who came to this country with nothing. They barely spoke English at the time. They had no money. My father stopped going to school when he was 9 years old. He had to go work. He would never go back to school. He would work for the next 70 years of his life. When my parents arrived here in this country, they struggled. They were discouraged, but they persevered. Less than a decade after they arrived here with nothing, my father, a bartender on Miami Beach, they owned a home. Not a mansion, but a safe and stable home in a safe and stable neighborhood. Decades later, they would retire with dignity and with security. And the most important thing of all for them, they left all 4 of their children with a life better than their own. This was the purpose of my parents' life, to give their kids, us, the chance to do all the things they never could. That's not just my story. That's our story. That's America's story. That's the story of your parents. You know the stories of your parents who sacrificed and gave up so much so you could be what they could not. It's the stories of those parents today who are doing the same for their children. It is this that makes America special. And it is this what we fight now to preserve. This is the kind of country that I want to leave for my children. This is the kind of country your children deserve to inherit as well. And this is what we must now decide, whether we will remain that kind of country or whether we will be the first generation to lose it. It's an important choice, and one that each generation before us has had to make. For America is not a special country by accident. America is a great nation because each generation before us did their part. Each generation before us sacrificed. They confronted their challenges. They embraced their opportunities. And for over 2 centuries, each generation has left the next better off than themselves. Now the time has come for us to do the same. Now the moment has arrived for this generation of Americans to rise up to the calling of our heritage. Now the time has come for us to take our place and do what we must. And when I'm elected president of these great United States, we will do our part. When I am elected president, when we together achieve this victory, we will embrace all of the principles that made America great, and we will apply them to the unique challenges of this new century. And when our work is done, here is what history will say of this generation. It will say that we lived in the early years of this new century in an uncertain and difficult time, but we remembered who we were. We rose up to the challenge of our time. We confronted our problems and we solved them. And because we did, the American dream didn't just survive, it reached more people and changed more lives than ever before. Because we did, our children and our grandchildren grew up to be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that ever lived. Because we did what needed to be done. The 21st century wasn't just as good as the 20th century. It was better. It was a new American century. This is the task before us. And I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I thank God for allowing me the opportunity to come this far with each of you. I am grateful to you, Iowa. You believed in me when others didn't think this night would be possible. When perhaps we were lost in the daily narrative. When some suggested that perhaps it was time to step aside, you believed in me. You walked with us. You made the calls and knocked on doors. You made a huge difference tonight. We are going to be back. I will be back here in October next year, in September of this year. Because I said next year. I'll be back next year too, but I'm going to be back in October and September of this year, because when I'm our nominee, we are going to win Iowa and we are going to win this election for this country. And so, Iowa, thank you so much. We will never forget you. We will see you soon again. And New Hampshire, we will see you in the morning. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
From Marco Rubio, who, in a media sense, very smartly got out, had an open field here. He just finished up at 10:48. We're 10 minutes away from the start of late local news on the East Coast. So he was able to get his message unfettered and uncomplicated out pre-New Hampshire. Let's go to Katie Tur at Trump headquarters. Katie, when do we expect to see Donald Trump?
We're told that Donald Trump would be taking the stage right after Marco Rubio finished his speech. So I assume that means any moment right now. What I can tell you is that the supporters at Donald Trump's headquarters here are more subdued than we've ever seen any supporters at any of his rallies. In fact, they started clapping for Marco Rubio when his speech played over the big screens here, clapping when he talked about Hillary Clinton not being qualified to be president, clapping when he talked about supporting veterans and protecting veterans. So certainly not a good night for Donald Trump, especially with how well Rubio did. I think the campaign will be huddling together and trying to figure out exactly what they did wrong, what they could have done better, and what they need to do going into New Hampshire to recapture that momentum. Back to you.
All right, Katie, as we said, consensus of most is language really counts tonight. Over to, let's see, Andrea Mitchell at Clinton headquarters. Oh, here we are. Trump entering the ballroom.
You can see the...
Just about make him out beyond the electronic devices.
Let me just note, as Donald Trump takes the stage here, one of the down-ticket points of interest right now is that Rand Paul appears to have come in ahead of Jeb Bush in New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I love you people. I love you people. Thank you. Unbelievable. I have to start by saying I absolutely love the people of Iowa. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So on June 16th, when we started this journey, there were 17 candidates. I was told by everybody, do not go to Iowa. You could never finish even in the top 10. And I said, but I have friends in Iowa. I know a lot of people in Iowa. I think they'll really like me. Let's give it a shot. They said, don't do it. I said, I have to do it. And we finished second. And I want to tell you something. I'm just honored. I'm really honored. And I want to congratulate Ted, and I want to congratulate all of the incredible candidates, including Mike Huckabee, who's become a really good friend of mine. So congratulations to everybody. Congratulations. I want to thank all of the folks that worked with us. We had a great team, and we will continue to have a great team. And we're just so happy with the way everything worked out. And most importantly, I have to thank my wife and Laura and Eric and Vanessa and Don. They went out and they were doing speeches. And in fact, Don and Eric, I think you did about 6 speeches today. So I just want to thank my family. They have been so amazing and so supportive. And we've had every indication. We're going now on. We have a poll. We're at 28 points ahead, okay? New Hampshire, we love New Hampshire. We love South Carolina. And we're leaving tonight, and tomorrow afternoon we'll be in New Hampshire, and that'll be something special. It's going to be a great week, and we're going to be up here next week. And I think we're going to be proclaiming victory, I hope. I will say this. I don't know who's going to win between Bernie and Hillary. I don't know what's going to happen with Hillary. She's got other problems, maybe bigger than the problems she's got in terms of nominations. But we've had so many different indications and polls that we beat her, and we beat her easily. And we will go on to get the Republican nomination, and we will go on to easily beat Hillary or Bernie or whoever the hell they throw up there. Iowa, we love you. We thank you. You're special. We will be back many, many times. In fact, I think I might come here and buy a farm. I love it, okay? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Notice to agriculture business, you may have company. Donald Trump, easily the shortest speech he has given of this campaign season. Easily the shortest speech he has given in Iowa. The only speech, to our knowledge, where he has expressed
on to New Hampshire. So long, everybody.
In farming.
Also ignoring the other idiomatic meaning of buying the farm.
Yeah.
Which was a little awkward for a guy who was expected to win in Iowa and did not.
And the Trump family entourage, with a blown kiss, goes off to fly east. He said they will be in New Hampshire tomorrow afternoon. Perhaps they are going to fly into New York for the night. We were in the process of checking in with Andrea Mitchell at Clinton headquarters, and I'm wondering if she is still in a position to be able to hear us. Andrea, what do you have from there?
Well, the Clinton campaign claiming that they have won, this could be relying on the superdelegates, the state party in their format, and I know you've got your own NBC projections. The state party says it's a 50-50 race with 90% reporting, so too close to call. But Clinton, representing the establishment wing of the party, would benefit from those superdelegates, as I think you and Chuck Todd were reporting. This seemed to me they trying to come out and preempt anything that Bernie Sanders might say, and we've heard from the Sanders campaign, a top official telling me it is very, very tight. An acknowledgement of the reality that this is as close a race as it could be.
Andrea Mitchell from Clinton headquarters. Rachel, we have talked privately about this idea of superdelegates. Yeah. Again, we are bound by no legal authority here. If something happens to the candidate, superdelegates become will be over here delegates.
Right. And I mean, in terms of delegates, if we have to get to delegates, yes, Ted Cruz has won Iowa. That means, technically speaking, that Ted Cruz is going to get 6 delegates. Donald Trump and Marco Rubio are going to get 5 delegates. Right now, the delegate equivalent count between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders is razor thin. There's 3 between them. Delegate equivalents are people who are elected from these local precincts. They go to county and state conventions in Iowa, and then those delegates are chosen to go to the Democratic National Convention to cast their vote at the National Convention for the nominee. I mean, it's not that complicated. But ultimately, you expect a race that isn't so close that you have to pay attention to these numbers.
Yeah.
Right now, tonight in Iowa,
you're calling that close?
Yeah, this is a stunner for a number of reasons. Let's just step back here for a second. Donald Trump was expected to win Iowa on the Republican side. He was winning in the last 8 straight polls. Donald Trump has not won. He has been upset by Ted Cruz. That itself is remarkable. Marco Rubio just gave a victory speech for coming in 3rd, but Ted Cruz is the guy who came up with the big upset tonight. On the Democratic side, to have it be 50-50, literally 50-50 right now, between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders is itself a stunning result. On top of that, for the Clinton campaign to be declaring victory when it has not been called by news organizations, and they're calling it themselves. We've still got 10% of the tally that we are expecting in on the Democratic side. That itself, just as a strategic gambit, is remarkable.
People use the word coronation to describe Hillary Clinton's route to the nomination of her party. A quick break. We're back for the top of the 11 o'clock hour on the East Coast, 10 o'clock Central. It is 11 p.m. on the East Coast. 3 hours ago across Iowa, if you were already in line, you were grandfathered into your caucus, or grandmothered, as the case may be. You were allowed in before they closed the doors. And this is the big result so far tonight. Ted Cruz, the projected winner of the Iowa caucus, something of a sweeping victory for him after a lot of incoming fire from Donald Trump late in the game. There are the top 3 on the GOP side. We have heard from Trump and Rubio. On the right, and we'll get to this now, the entire list of the Republican slate. Ben Carson, the drop-off from Rubio to Carson, then Rand Paul ahead of George Bush. John Kasich, fresh from his, Jeb Bush, forgive me. John Kasich, fresh from his endorsement of the New York Times. He's at a town hall meeting tonight in New Hampshire. Fiorina Huckabee, who's suspending his campaign. Chris Christie, Rick Santorum. Here are the Democrats. This is the story at this hour. 50, 633 to 628. The delegate count, the projected equivalent delegate count we've been talking about tonight. The most important verbiage on that graphic is in the upper left-hand corner. Too close to call, with 90% in at 11 o'clock, 3 hours after doors close.
So this is stunning. And we do, again, have this tactical decision that's been made by the Hillary Clinton campaign, as reported by Andrea Mitchell, that they are going to declare. We don't know if that means that they are going to be, that they're declaring on the basis of their advantage in superdelegates, which is, those would be delegates that they accrued through something other than the caucus process tonight, or if they think that they are going to win in terms of the caucus results. With 90% out, it becomes very, very, very important at this point what the remaining 10% are. Steve Kornacki's been watching that in terms of what's outstanding still in Iowa. What are we waiting for, Steve?
Yeah, so I mean, by my count right now, and this is changing by the minute, there are approximately 140 precincts in the entire state of Iowa right now that have not reported on the Democratic side. Now, doing some back-of-the-envelope calculations here, more of those precincts are in counties that are going for Hillary Clinton tonight than for Bernie Sanders. So she has an advantage there. She also has an advantage in that the single biggest cluster of outstanding precincts is in Polk County. Polk County is Des Moines. Polk County is the biggest county in the state. Hillary Clinton's been leading there by between 8 and 10 points tonight. The biggest single cluster of precincts, there's about 25 or 30 of them there right now that are outstanding, are in Polk. That said, There are a couple of those college counties. Story, that's where Iowa State is. Blackhawk, that's where the University of Northern Iowa is. There's also the city of Davenport, some outstanding precincts there, I should say. So some Sanders areas, some high concentrations of Sanders support out there as well. It is tough to see, looking at that, how either one of these could say right now, oh yeah, I'm confident I'm going to win this. And I just have to say, listening to the Clinton campaign confidently say we've won this thing, I am just going back in my head to 1992 when Bill Clinton lost the New Hampshire primary. It turned out by 8 points. But early that night, his campaign made a fateful decision. The exit polls showed a tied race. Maybe he was down by about 2. He declared victory. He called himself the comeback kid. He said, this might as well be a win. And history remembers him as the comeback kid and forgets Paul Tsongas won New Hampshire by 8 points in 92.
The declaration can be everything. Steve, in terms of the way this sorts out, obviously it is an interesting, like even psychologically interesting gambit by the Clinton campaign to be declaring that they won in this point. If you had to guess, based on previous experience in Iowa and what is still outstanding, that list of precincts that you just described, when do you think we're going to have these numbers?
Yeah, I mean, we could be going into the wee hours here because, again, if you look at those, and you see it on the screen, or again, we remind everybody, these are not votes. These are the delegate equivalents.
Yes, right.
I mean, that is as close to a tie without being a tie pretty much as you're going to get. So when you're within 5 here, the fact that you have any outstanding precincts at all makes it difficult for one of these sides to declare. Now, and again, we're saying, look, these precincts are more in Clinton counties than in Sanders counties. We're also at the point here where we have to think there are Sanders sections of Clinton counties, and there are Clinton sections of Sanders counties, and we don't know, is this a Sanders section, for instance, of Polk that's out? So that's another variable to throw into the mix here.
I'm having such a good time, I can hardly stand it.
Steve Kornacki at the wall looking at the numbers. What an incredible turn of events. Casey Hunt is at Sanders headquarters. Casey, it's going to be said, no matter which small slice of a way this comes down, for this independent who sits with the Democrats at school to have given the Clinton campaign machine in Iowa this much of a run, before the night is over, they could, of course, win it. This could go either way. What an incredible turn of events.
It is an incredible turn of events, Brian, so much so that the Bernie Sanders campaign has delayed the takeoff of their the chartered flight that they have taking the senator and the traveling press corps to New Hampshire. They were very adamant when we first got here that he was going to be wheels up at 10:25 p.m. Central Time sharp, which meant we would have all had to have been out of here before you started the top of this 11 p.m. Eastern hour. We are, of course, still here. That departure delayed by up to an hour because the senator wants to see these results. They were clearly not expecting this to be so close for so long. When I talked to Sanders advisors yesterday, they were expecting to know pretty early and to be able to walk out and make a speech and take off and go on to the next thing. Now they tell me they're expecting that this could be in the single digits. We obviously know that there are 1,400 plus delegates at stake here. For it to come down to under 10 delegates is really remarkable. And you're right, Brian, this is somebody who is such an unlikely person to challenge Hillary Clinton in this way. We've talked so much about whether this is the candidate who is like Barack Obama was in 2008. But the reality is Barack Obama was a very different candidate. He was historic in being, the first African-American to take this on in a way that was potentially going all the way. He was somebody who he had been a star in the Democratic Party, that speech he gave at the 2004 Democratic Convention. Bernie Sanders has none of that. He's known as this 74-year-old, kind of curmudgeonly independent who wears bad suits and shuffles through the Senate with very little patience. He'll tell you, he'll stop and talk to you and tell you exactly, maybe he'll answer one question and then he'll very quickly be done and he'll, go off. And of course, he's been an independent. And that actually is something that I have heard from a lot of people I've talked to over the course of the last week about why he appeals to them so much. And as much as we've talked about how outsiders are resonating, I think in many ways that independent label has actually helped him in this Democratic primary here, Democratic caucus here in Iowa, Brian.
All right, Casey Hunt, as we look at the pictures we broadcast earlier of Senator Sanders characteristically pacing in front of the television, they're now hoping, Stevie, works wonders in keeping that crowd energized and ready for the senator's ultimate appearance. We have two men on deck, Chris Matthews and Chuck Todd. To Chris Matthews first in Des Moines. Chris?
Right, you know, I think that picture of Bernie Sanders in the hotel room will either be matched up with a sad night for him or a very close victory. I think it is going to matter how these 10% come in later tonight. I think there's an old phrase in politics called no cigar. There's no second place. And he'll either win or lose. It won't have to do with superdelegates. And by the way, Chuck was talking about how the Clintons were able to spin that 92 primary in New Hampshire. Well, it actually didn't work out that way exactly. Clinton never told everybody he won. He simply said he had overcome bad expectations after the draft letter had come out that Wednesday before. He was able to get himself back in contention. He never won. He lost by 8. In fact, I was there the next morning when both he and Tsongas came in. Clinton acted with about 8 blue suits around him like he had won. He went in and grabbed a donut right in front of me. Tsongas came in and said, "You think I could have a donut here?" It was about acting like the winner. I agree with that. But nobody thought Clinton had won the New Hampshire primary. In fact, everybody knew Tsongas had won by 8. Numbers matter tonight. These next 10% are going to decide so much because Hillary Clinton can't take this loss. Bernie can. Hillary Clinton can't take this. If she loses, she loses. It's been said all day. She has to win tonight. That's probably why she's declared the victory. She has nothing to lose by declaring it because if she loses, she loses. Trump, I think that Bernie doesn't suffer the same defeat that she would if she lost tonight. But it's going to matter this count. We got to stick around, guys, for another 3 hours to find out who won. It's going to matter these points.
Did we say we were going anywhere? We're not going anywhere. Chris Matthews.
I don't think it's going to matter. I think it's going to matter down to the vote. The vote's going to matter. This last time around, Santorum won by 8. The trouble is they were really slow counting that one. I think we'll get a count tonight.
Well, see, I got to say, I love me some Chris Matthews, but Chris, I disagree with you on this. I think that this point, getting this close, is such a big victory for Bernie Sanders that even if he ends up losing by a hair, which is all anybody's going to lose by here, it's still so good for him. And for Hillary Clinton to have let Bernie Sanders get this close, even if she ekes out a victory, all the stories tomorrow are all going to be about, and all the momentum is all going to be about how well he did and how good he looks going into New Hampshire, where he's leading by a mile. So I'm curious to see who wins Iowa, but at this point, the delegates are going to be the same, and I think the storyline is the same, regardless of the way this ends up with these last few precincts still to come in. I mean, we'll see how it feels when it happens, but I understand why Bernie's sticking it out in Iowa tonight.
In fact, we'll know tomorrow whether there's a victor declared or not.
Yeah, exactly.
I predict there will be a victor declared.
Chris Matthews, thanks. Let's go over to Chuck Todd, also in Des Moines. Chuck, you interviewed John Podesta, 5 o'clock Eastern time, Meet the Press Daily, and he looked you in the eye and said of the Sanders threat, "Oh, no, we saw this coming."
Right, I know. Look, they have said that. Look, I think they always knew somebody would be a challenger to them. I don't think they ever saw it as Sanders at that time. I think they thought something could pop up, but with that part of it, it was inevitable. And I think on that score, I take them at their word. But I have to say, I just don't understand why the Clinton campaign decided to do what they did an hour ago and declare victory. Maybe they will win, but they have now made it that much worse if they lose, or if it's a tie or something like that. If they are not the winner now tonight, it is that much worse for them. They sort of have created more of a story than was necessary. Look, I agree with Rachel in this respect. Look, this is a remarkably close race. The delegates are going to be split, although I do believe that in the case of Clinton, a win is a win. A loss would be more devastating to her. Surviving, she gets to do something no Clinton has ever done, which is win Iowa. Right. Even if it's by one delegate, they will have done something there. And I'm sorry, this is an electorate, and this is a contest that was tailor-made for Bernie Sanders. So while even if he comes one delegate short, I could argue if he couldn't knock her off here, where can he knock her off in a state that doesn't touch Vermont? Yeah. Right? And so that's why I think psychologically Clinton desperately needs to win by a point, even a loss by a point. That is a psychological blow when it comes. But
Chuck,
I guess we're watching now. I don't get why they declared victory.
Looking ahead, obviously New Hampshire is next, and it touches Vermont, and Bernie Sanders has a big lead there. And everybody's got their eyes on South Carolina in terms of Hillary Clinton having that big lead, particularly among black voters in South Carolina. But South Carolina is in third. Nevada is in there too, and Nevada is also a caucus state. There were some very perplexing results in the 2008 race in the Nevada caucuses. Is there anything about this caucus process in Iowa tonight and these surprising results tonight that speak to how things might go down in Nevada? It might end up being way more important than we expected.
Look, I do believe that you're going to see Sanders be, you know, the contest he wins down the road. I expect him to win more caucuses than Hillary Clinton. I think that's what we learned tonight, is that he does have the organization to do that. Iowa is obviously someplace where Hillary Clinton put a lot more effort into winning this one. But look, I do think that watching what we're seeing tonight, it's probably Sanders does have a shot in Nevada. I think Nevada is another caucus state, though, that Hillary Clinton's campaign wants to put an extra effort in. But you got a Minnesota that's on Super Tuesday. Colorado is on Super Tuesday, the March 1 Super Tuesday. Those are places that probably give Sanders a slight edge. But let me go back to New Hampshire here. Bernie Sanders does have one New Hampshire problem. His lead is so big. Right? It's sitting at a state that has been very good to the Clintons. When you see a week of campaigning, does suddenly a Bernie Sanders 7-point win not look as impressive if somehow Hillary Clinton massively closes that gap here? So I do think that the public polling perception does give Hillary Clinton sort of almost a free ride in New Hampshire to potentially close the gap, to potentially close the gap and change that storyline a little bit.
Chuck, please don't make any other plans for the night. We need your advice and counsel. 15 minutes after 11. We are going to fit a break in with the proviso that we're awaiting 3 big speeches. We've yet to hear from Ted Cruz, Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. We will blow out of said break if they begin. Otherwise, our live coverage continues just on the other side. Three people we had yet to hear from: Ted Cruz, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders. On the Democratic side, it's really yet to be decided unless you ask the self-declaring Clinton campaign. We don't have that officially, certainly not via NBC News, but this is the victor tonight on the Republican side. Congressman Steve King, who was with him every mile, every bus stop. Ted Cruz, his daughters are up awfully late as well.
His wife is there with him as well. We just saw there. Heidi Cruz.
Perhaps going without a podium. He has a handheld mic.
As you can see there, if you're interested in that Democratic race, on the very bottom part of your screen there, that's the status between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders right now. We're at 94% of the Democratic vote in. Still too close to call, according to NBC News. But again, the Hillary Clinton campaign is saying that they won. It's going to make it a very interesting speech from either Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders right now tonight. Presumably that'll happen sometime soon. Here's Ted Cruz.
God bless the great state of Iowa. Let me first of all say, to God be the glory. Tonight is a victory for the grassroots. Tonight is a victory for courageous conservatives across Iowa and all across this great nation. Tonight, the state of Iowa has spoken. Iowa has sent notice that the Republican nominee and the next president of the United States will not be chosen by the media. Will not be chosen by the Washington establishment. Will not be chosen by the lobbyists, but will be chosen by the most incredible, powerful force where all sovereignty resides in our nation, by we the people, the American people. Tonight, thanks to the incredible hard work of everyone gathered here, of courageous conservatives across this state, we together earned the votes of 48,608 Iowans. To put in perspective your incredible victory that you have won tonight, that is the most votes ever cast for any Republican primary winner. Tonight is a victory for millions of Americans who have shouldered the burden of 7 years of Washington deals run amok. Tonight is a victory for every American who's watched in dismay as career politicians in Washington in both parties refuse to listen and too often fail to keep their commitments to the people. Tonight is a victory for every American who understands that after we survive 8 long years of the Obama presidency, that no one personality can right the wrongs done by Washington. The millions who understand that it is a commitment to the Constitution, to our shared insistence that we rise and return to a higher standard, the very standard that gave birth to the greatest nation that the world has ever known. To the revolutionary understanding that all men and all women are created equal. That our rights do not come from the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or even from the Tea Party. Our rights come from our Creator. And the federal government's role, the federal government's responsibility is to defend those fundamental rights, to defend us. And while Americans will continue to suffer under a president who has set an agenda that is causing millions to hurt across this country, I want to remind you of the promise of Scripture. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Tonight, Iowa has proclaimed to the world, morning is coming. Morning is coming. From day one, this campaign has been a movement. From millions of Americans across this country to organize, to rally, to come together. Whatever Washington says, they cannot keep the people down. And tonight is a testament to the people's commitments, to their yearnings to get back to our core commitments, free market principles, constitutional liberties, and the Judeo-Christian values that built this great nation. When the Washington lobbyists settled on other candidates in this race, when the media in one voice said a conservative cannot win, nationwide, over 800,000 contributions poured in to tedcruz.org as courageous conservatives said, yes, we can. $800,000 contributions at tedcruz.org with an average contribution of $67. That is the power of the grassroots. But it's more than that. It's 12,000 volunteers here in the state of Iowa. It's over 200,000 volunteers all across this great nation. You know, during the course of this campaign, people have asked Heidi and me, are you tired? And I will admit, it is 16, 18 hours a day, 6, 7 days a week. We are not tired at all. To the contrary, we are inspired by each and every one of you. I leap out of bed every morning amazed that at a time when our country is in crisis, every one of us has the opportunity to stand and lead, that we have been put in a place of leadership for such a time as this.
We are going to transition,
inspired.
having heard the lion's share of Ted Cruz's victory speech, with great interest as to what the Clinton campaign is going to say. The entire family is on the stage.
An unbelievable night. What a great campaign. This has been an incredible honor to campaign across Iowa with so many of you to make the case for the kind of future we want for the Democratic Party and for the United States of America. There is so much at stake in this election. I don't need to tell you. Every single one of you who came out for me, who worked so many hours, from my young organizers with energy and passion, to the families and friends across this state, I am deeply grateful. We love you. Well, I love all of you. But here's what I want you to know. It is rare. It is rare that we have the opportunity we do now to have a real contest of ideas, to really think hard about what the Democratic Party stands for and what we want the future of our country to look like if we do our part to build it. I am a progressive who gets things done for people. I am honored to stand in the long line of American reformers who make up our minds that the status quo is not good enough, that standing still is not an option, and that brings people together to find ways forward that will improve the lives of Americans. I look back over the years of my involvement from that very first job I had at the Children's Defense Fund, and I know what we are capable of doing. I know we can create more good-paying jobs and raise incomes for hardworking Americans again. I know that we can finish the job of universal health care coverage for every single man, woman, and child. I know we can combat climate change and be the clean energy superpower. I know we can make our education system work for every one of our children, especially those who come with disadvantages. I know we can make college affordable and get student debt off the backs of young people. And I know we can protect our rights, women's rights, gay rights, voting rights, immigrant rights, workers' rights. I know, too, we can stand up to the gun lobby and get common sense gun safety measures. And how do we do that? We do that by securing the nomination, and then we do it by winning and going into that White House, as others before have, determined to push forward on the great goals and values that unite us as Americans. I congratulate my esteemed friends and opponents. I wish Governor O'Malley the very best. He's a great public servant who has served Maryland and our country. And I am excited about really getting into the debate with Senator Sanders about the best way forward to fight for us and America. In the last few weeks, we finally began to have what I think is one of the most important substantive conversations that the Democratic Party could have. And I am thrilled at all of the people who are playing a part in that. I know that we may have differences of opinion about how best to achieve our goals, but I believe we have a very clear idea that the Democratic Party and this campaign stands for what is best in America, and we have to be united. When it is all said and done, we have to be united against a Republican vision and candidates who would drive us apart and divide us. That is not who we are, my friends. I followed their campaign very closely. I understand what they're appealing to, and I intend to stand against it. I will not let their divisiveness, their efforts to rip away the progress that we've made, be successful, because we can't afford that. So as I stand here tonight, breathing a big sigh of relief, thank you, Iowa. I want you to know I will keep doing what I have done my entire life. I will keep standing up for you. I will keep fighting for you. I will always work to achieve the America that I believe in, where the promise of that dream that we hold out to our children and our grandchildren never fades, but inspires generations to come. Join me. Let's go win the nomination. Thank you all, and God bless you.
So, to review tonight, as she has an embrace from her daughter Chelsea and her husband, the former president, we have heard a gracious speech from Donald Trump. We have heard a thankful speech from Ted Cruz, and a call to arms from Hillary Clinton, though shying away from whether this is a victory speech or not, because
it's not sure.
We don't know. At least we as a news organization don't know. They have declared victory on paper based on returns from Iowa tonight.
She had explicitly kind words, gracious words for Martin O'Malley, who we believe is suspending his campaign and leaving the race tonight after an expectedly poor result, but still a poor result in Iowa. When it came time to talk about Senator Sanders tonight, again, somebody who NBC right now says is in a race that is still too close to call with Hillary Clinton, with 95% of the tally in on the Democratic side. When it came to Senator Sanders, what she had to say was that she was excited to get into the debate with Senator Sanders, and then she said, in Iowa, I'm breathing a big sigh of relief I think that means that she believes they have won. She did not say it in as many words.
As close as she got.
Yeah. They have won. She did not say it in as many words.
As close as she got.
Yeah.
Casey Hunt's at Sanders headquarters. Casey, what can you add from there?
Well, Brian, just a little bit of color for you from the room here as Hillary Clinton was making that victory, non-victory speech. Of course, we saw, you know, what they had said initially. She didn't seem to go that far. But when she came up on the screen here, there was booing from the crowd, and there was particularly loud booing when she declared, "I am a progressive." That, of course, one of the things that has united many of these Bernie Sanders supporters, this idea of being a progressive versus being a Democrat or even a liberal Democrat. The other thing I will say in what is an example of the Sanders campaign, knowing its audience, knowing its voters and its fans, as Hillary Clinton was wrapping up that speech, they brought up the theme from Rocky on the speakers here. So a little touch of humor from the Sanders campaign.
And so we wait to hear from Bernie Sanders. Anything behind you? I see them. Does this mean... I guess they're just applauding Casey Hunt on the big screen TV. Wow.
They have been very excited to see you guys on several occasions tonight, I have to say. The other detail, occasionally their feed of MSNBC has frozen. That happened twice as Hillary Clinton was speaking, which did prompt wild cheering from this audience here at Bernie headquarters.
Call your local cable operator.
We're at the point of cheering for technical difficulties. I know that time of night. I know how that goes. Gene Robinson, I just want to get your take on this decision by the Clinton campaign to declare that it's a win. What do you think of this strategically? What do you think the impact of this specific decision means?
Well, just for the moment, just, you know, the last hour of tonight, what did she do? She came out, she stepped on Ted Cruz's speech, right? Yep. She took away the spotlight, which is kind of a breach of protocol. I mean, you don't speak when another candidate, especially the guy who's the big winner tonight, was speaking. I mean, she came out, it was like an alpha dog sort of thing to do, right? And she put down her marker. She, you know, she was able to act like and sound like an optimistic winner who was going on to the next stage. Now, if she turns out not to have actually won, it becomes problematic, but clearly the Clinton campaign believes that she will, you know, get tiny little victory, 50 to 49. What that doesn't do is answer the question within the Democratic Party. It doesn't bring the two Democratic parties together that Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders represent.
No, that's a long way off yet. This race is in its early stages. This is the one thing we can say for sure tonight.
Nicole Wallace, 1 second. We have to go to a break. We're still awaiting Bernie Sanders at his headquarters. We'll come back, resume our conversation right after that. They may have exhausted all the music in the world able to play, but at Sanders headquarters, they have been trying to keep the crowd in the game and pumped up. We are told he is on his way into the room. This is what's on their minds right now. You see our call, too close to call. 656, 653, a difference of 3. 94% of the calculus that the Democrats put into tonight's result, statewide result, is in. And this is what separates these two candidates. We have just heard from former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Again, a call to arms. And this will be the next interesting speech to watch.
Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont started off this race by saying, "Do not underestimate me." The crowd sizes at his rallies said the same thing. His record-breaking fundraising said the same thing. His surprising and then rocketing poll numbers said the same thing. And now this performance in Iowa has put an exclamation point on that message. Do not underestimate Bernie Sanders. He's got the economic message of Elizabeth Warren. He has combined it with the campaign instincts and the experience of somebody who's been competing in elections and holding public office for decades. He he is off the number charts for what the Beltway considers serious politics, but he is a serious politician, and he has brought it to at least 50-50 tonight in Iowa. Steve Kornacki joins us now while we're waiting for Bernie Sanders at his campaign headquarters.
Yeah, just give you an update on where the numbers stand. We're looking at these outstanding precincts. We are down now to 107 outstanding precincts in Iowa. What I can tell you is that 70 of those 107 precincts are in counties that Hillary Clinton is leading in or is carrying tonight. The biggest concentration of precincts still out there is in the state capital. It's Des Moines, it's Polk County, it's that area. There are still about 22 county precincts that have not reported there. That is a Hillary Clinton county tonight. She's leading it by about 10 points. She also has, there are a number of rural counties you probably wouldn't have heard of, scattered around the state. You got 4 precincts here, 6 there. Disproportionately, those are Clinton counties, places she's getting about 60% in tonight. For Bernie Sanders, there are 2 places left in the state where he might be able to make up some ground. One is Cedar Rapids, Lynn County. This is in the eastern part of the state. He's leading in that county, a handful of precincts left there. And then also Black Hawk County, that's where the University of Northern Iowa is. A couple of precincts just reported there in the last 5 minutes that cut Clinton's lead. Still some precincts out right there. One of those college counties where he could still make up some ground. But again, just looking at it, and again, we don't know exactly where these precincts lie in each county, but we can tell you they are disproportionately from Clinton counties, the ones that are left.
Steve Kornacki at the board. Chuck Todd watching and listening with us from Des Moines. Chuck, what do you feel like adding to this plot line, which, if it backfires on the self-declared Clinton campaign, is going to be Dewey defeats Truman?
No, it is, and it was a mistake. And by the way, one of the reasons why you just saw the gap close again for Sanders, there was a the gentleman that helps run the consortium that does entrance polls and delegate counting and this or that, said in Dallas County, which is of course basically a suburban county next to outside of Des Moines here, there was a reporting error. It reported sort of too many delegates overall, and as that error was corrected, that sort of it sort of helped shrink that margin a little bit, which is a reminder, when it's this close, there's going to be some rechecking of data, so reporting errors could take place. You know, it's human error, some of it's handwritten, you never know. But I have to say, I am surprised that Bernie Sanders waited till this late, allowing Hillary Clinton to go first. I'm with Rachel here. He should have seized the day and said, declared success. But by the way, here he is. So
yeah,
I'll hand it back to you.
15 minutes to midnight on the East Coast.
Thank you. Iowa, thank you. Nine months ago, we came to this beautiful state where we had no political organization. We had no money, we had no name recognition, and we were taking on the most powerful political organization in the United States of America. And tonight, while the results are still not known, it looks like we are in a virtual tie. And while the results are still not complete, it looks like we'll have about half of the Iowa delegates. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Secretary Clinton. And her organization for waging a very vigorous campaign. And I want to thank Governor O'Malley. It's never easy to lose. I've lost more than one campaign, but he should know that he contributed a whole lot to the dialogue, that he ran an issue-oriented campaign, and he won the respect of the American people. As I think about what happened tonight, I think the people of Iowa have sent a very profound message to the political establishment, to the economic establishment, and, by the way, to the media establishment. And that is, given the enormous crises facing our country, it is just too late for establishment politics and establishment economics. What the American people have said, and by the way, I hear this not just from progressives, I hear it from conservatives, I hear it from moderates. And that is, we can no longer continue to have a corrupt campaign finance system I am the former chairman of the Senate Veterans Committee, and in that capacity, not only have I worked hard to try to protect the interests of our veterans, I've had the privilege of meeting so many men and women who put their lives on the line to defend us and protect our way of life. And what they were protecting is an American democracy of one person, one vote, not billionaires buying elections. I am overwhelmed and I am moved by the fact that millions of people throughout this country have helped volunteer in our campaign, that we have received in this campaign 3.5 million individual contributions. People who went to BernieSanders.com, and you know what the average contribution was? It was $27. We do not represent the interests of the billionaire class, Wall Street, or corporate America. We don't want their money. We will. And I am very proud to tell you that we are the only candidate on the Democratic side without a super PAC. And the reason that we have done so well here in Iowa, the reason I believe we're going to do so well in New Hampshire and in the other states that follow, the reason is the American people are saying no to a rigged economy. They no longer want to see an economy in which the average American works longer hours for low wages, while almost all new income and wealth is going to the top 1%. What the American people understand is this country was based and is based on fairness, It is not fair when the top 1/10 of 1% today owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. It is not fair when the 20 wealthiest people in this country own more wealth than the bottom half of America. So are you guys ready for a radical idea? Well, so is America. And that radical idea is we are going to create an economy that works for working families, not just the billionaire class. And yes, when millions of our people are working for starvation wages, we are going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And yes, we are going to have pay equity for women. Now, I've been all over this beautiful state of Iowa. We have spoken to some 70,000 people, and in meeting after meeting, I hear people standing up and they say, Bernie, I went to college, I graduated college, now I am $60,000, $80,000, $90,000 in debt. That is crazy. That is crazy. People should not be punished financially because they want to get a decent education. And that is why I believe that in the year 2016, public colleges and universities should be tuition-free. And then my critics say, well, Bernie, that's a great idea. It's all this free stuff. How are you going to pay for it? I will tell you how we're going to pay for it. We are going to impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. The greed, the recklessness, and the illegal behavior of Wall Street drove this economy to its knees. The American people bailed out Wall Street. Now it's Wall Street's time to help the middle class. And when we talk about transforming America, we will end the disgrace of having more people in jail than any other country. Disproportionately African American and Latino. What we are going to do is provide jobs and education for our kids, not more jails and incarceration. And I'll tell you something that really does astound me. I'm on the Senate Energy Committee, I'm on the Senate Environmental Committee. I have talked to scientists all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. And we have a moral responsibility to work with countries throughout the world to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And what amazes me, what totally amazes me, is that we have not one Republican candidate for president prepared to come up and tell us and agree with what virtually all scientists agree with. And you know why they are not prepared to do that? Because on the day that they do acknowledge the reality of climate change and call for change, You know what happens? They're going to lose their campaign funds from the Koch brothers and the fossil fuel industry. So I say to the Republicans, stop worrying about your campaign funds from big oil or the Koch brothers or the coal industry. Worry about the planet you're going to be leaving your children and your grandchildren. Now, I have been criticized during this campaign for many, many things. Every single day. That's okay. That's okay. But let me repeat what I believe. I believe that at a time when every major country on earth guarantees health care to all people as a right, that I believe that we should do the same in the United States of America. So for all of my critics out there in the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post and in corporate America, wherever you may be, let me tell you straight up, yes, I believe that health care is a right, not a privilege. And that is why I believe in a Medicare for all single-payer program, which will not only guarantee health care to all, it'll not only end the pharmaceutical ripoff of the American people, but it will save the middle-class family, the average middle-class family, thousands of dollars a year in health care costs. Let me conclude by saying what no other candidate for president will tell you, and that is that no president, not Bernie Sanders, not anybody else, will be able to bring about the changes that the working families and the middle class of this country, that our children, that the seniors, our seniors, deserve. No one president can do it because the powers that be, Wall Street with their endless supply of money, corporate America, the large campaign donors, are so powerful that no president can do what has to be done alone. And that is why what Iowa has begun tonight is a political revolution. A political revolution that says when millions of people come together, including those who have given up on the political process, they're so dismayed and so frustrated with what goes on in Washington, with young people who before had never been involved in the political process. When young people and working people and seniors begin to stand up and say loudly and clearly, enough is enough, that our government, the government of our great country, belongs to all of us and not just a handful of billionaires. When that happens, we will transform this country. Thank you all very much.
With an embrace for his wife, Jane. Well, we called Hillary's speech a call to arms. What does that make this?
Well, by one count, this makes it the fourth victory speech of the night tonight. We got a victory speech from Marco Rubio coming in third on the Republican side, and then Ted Cruz coming in first on the Republican side. We got a victory speech from Hillary Clinton declaring with a sigh of relief that she was thanking Iowa, and we think that was a victory speech because her campaign says that she won. We just got what sounded an awful lot like a victory speech from Bernie Sanders, him calling it a virtual tie. At this point, we should remind our viewers that NBC News has not called this race, still considers it to be too close to call, with 95% of the tally in on the Democratic side. So, you know, everybody wins. Everybody gets a trophy.
Everybody gets a trophy. Andrea Mitchell standing by at Clinton headquarters. Andrea, this is the time of the evening, the shank of the evening, where we ask, what have we learned? So, Andrea, what have we learned?
I think we learned that they were in a meltdown as this race got closer and closer, and they started, emailing that they were going to win because they felt that Polk County and Dubuque County, their strongholds, still had not been counted. And this was the first hint of anything from them all night, saying that they were going to win. So we transmitted that to you, pointing out that NBC News and no one else had declared them the victors. And they came out here having said that Chelsea Clinton, Bill Clinton, and then Hillary Clinton were going to speak, that they were going to work the rope lines. Instead, what you saw was her saying, without any comments from her husband or her daughter, that she was breathing a sigh of relief. Now, in leaving here, she has tweeted personally, thank you, Iowa, from the bottom of my heart. So it is not a victory declaration, but they're trying to make it appear to be. It is somewhat analogous to what happened with Bill Clinton in 1992 in New Hampshire. He didn't declare victory. He came in third, but he said that, he was the comeback kid because he was so far behind because of all the scandals that had erupted during that campaign. So it isn't quite analogous, but it certainly is her presenting herself, and as you all pointed out, in the middle of Ted Cruz's victory speech, coming up on stage with no warning. The staff did not know. The television pool traveling with her from the ABC network did not know. Apologies went all around to everyone in this room because they did not know she was walking out on that stage when she did. It was the most extraordinary thing I've seen in a long time. And they didn't shake hands with any of their supporters, and then they just hightailed it out of here. Obviously, there's going to be a count. There will be protests, most likely, depending on which way it goes. But you're going to very likely end up with both campaigns duking it out over this, as we saw on the Republican side 4 years ago.
And Andrea, we thank you for tonight. We realize you have to hightail it out of there to catch up with the candidate. Everyone's trying to beat the storm out of Iowa, get to the next front in this, which is New Hampshire. So, Andrea, thank you. Across town in Des Moines to Chuck Todd we go. Chuck, what are we watching here?
Well, we're watching a result that we're not going to get tonight. I've talked to a couple of sources in the campaigns, and they're pretty convinced that we won't know the final tally tonight. As I told you, we've already had one correction, which then shrunk the margin. So it is very unlikely they're going to be able to announce a winner tonight. So that in itself, I think, becomes, given what the Clinton campaign did by declaring victory, if we now go to bed without knowing who won, that's just handed Sanders an even extra little feather in the cap for him tonight in a bit. And then, of course, couple that with Andrea's reporting there about how the Clinton campaign had had an elaborate plan for how they were going to talk tonight, and suddenly seemed to switch gears. My guess is there might be some repercussions behind the scenes. Somebody obviously assured this Clinton campaign that they had this in the bag, and how that got messed up. I wonder if it's just this one reporting error, or if they messed up something behind the scenes. But this was a bad mistake tonight by them.
Chuck, when the campaigns are making decisions like this, do they have access to any data that we don't have? Do they have access to internal
Well, sure, they have their own.
information?
Oh, sure. I mean, Rachel, they build, particularly the Clinton campaign, Sanders campaign, and Cruz campaigns, and I'd say Rubio had a similar operation, probably not quite as sophisticated as the other three. But essentially, you've seen our decision desk, Rachel. It's very similar. These campaigns, the more sophisticated, they build something very similar. They have their own sets of modeling. They're getting their own people to call in the same way our consortium plus the Associated Press calls in raw vote totals, do their own modeling. So yes, they have their own sophisticated boiler room. So they weren't doing this based on networks or AP. They were doing this based on their own calculations. That's why you have to ask yourself, how did that happen?
Yeah.
Right? Unless somebody decided it doesn't matter, let's just declare victory and get out of here and see if we can keep attention away from this. But again, I think, you know, nothing's a fatal error at this point. But that was a bad blunder tonight.
Chuck Todd in Des Moines. Chuck, thank you. And you mentioned the decision desk there. We are actually going to go to our decision desk right now. Steve Kornacki has left the studio that we are in, walked across the hallway, found the secret entry that we're not allowed to know about, and gone into the decision desk to find out what exactly is going on with the 5% that we've yet to hear about from the Democratic race. What can you explain, Steve?
Yeah, well, Rachel, that's right. I got the secret handshake right. They let me in, so I'm here with John Lipinski. He's the director of elections here in at the decision desk here. So, John, let me just first ask you, we heard Chuck Todd there saying that he's hearing we're not going to know a winner tonight on the Democratic side in Iowa. When you're looking at the returns, is that what you're seeing?
Well, look, we're a data-driven operation here, but right now where we're at, we use statistical models to call races, but it's not a model exercise right now. It's actually a counting exercise. So Chuck is actually right. What's really going to depend, what's going to be important here is how the state party sort of reports out these state delegate equivalents. And so what we're looking at right now is like, can somebody actually get to 700? Remember, O'Malley got 7. So right now what the magic number is it's a counting exercise to 700. And the question, I mean, the people on the ground like Chuck are really going to be sort of, you know, having their ear out to hear whether or not we're going to get enough in to be able to do that.
Well, so when you look at the areas that haven't reported yet, we've been looking at, for instance, Polk County. This is Des Moines. This is the big part of the state capital. Looks like there's a lot of precincts not in there. Looks like a Clinton area. Is it fair to say she's got maybe more vote out than Sanders?
You know, I think it's a really hard thing to say. I mean, like right now we're looking at like the difference of 4 state delegate equivalents, and that's not very many. Polk, Lynn, Blackhawk are the places that are out right now. And so, you know, if you don't know exactly what you've got in those in those counties, you can't really say that.
I mean, so in other words, we don't know which area. There could be a Sanders, even though it looks like a Clinton county, it's a Sanders area.
Even if it tilts in one direction, if you don't know exactly what's out, I mean, and it's all the way at the caucus level, you can't know for sure.
And have you, looking back at your history of covering these things, of following these things, can you think of a night on the Democratic side that went like this, where we didn't know this late?
The thing that makes it more like similar is like, if you remember 2012 was a very long night on the Republican side, and when it was basically a counting exercise also when we, you know, it was Romney, and then, you know, a little bit more than a week later it was Santorum, right? And so you know, this is sort of, I mean, what a lot of people thought this was going to be sort of a nail biter right down to the wire. And so, but this is like, you know, this campaign, this whole cycle seems to be unique.
And let me just, final question, let me just ask you this. When you're looking at what we do know, the results we know from the rest of the state, is there a particular part of the state that surprised you for either of these candidates where, wow, Sanders did much better than I expected here, or Hillary Clinton did much worse than I expected there? Were there surprises in these results?
You know, I didn't see a lot of huge surprises on the Democratic side. I think on the Republican side is where we saw some of the more surprises, where sort of Cruz overperformed in some areas, you know, like the eastern cities. And so I really think we saw a few more surprises on the Republican side than the Democratic side tonight.
All right, John Lipinski, thanks for joining us. Appreciate that. Rachel, they're going to kick me out of here, but that's the latest from the decision desk.
That's fascinating, Steve. Thank you for doing that. And getting that level of granular detail is obviously only super compelling like that when everything hangs in the balance. Usually that's the amount of stuff that Lipinski has to deal with, and we get it translated to us. But on nights like this, the later it goes, the more that is the story, that delegate by delegate, precinct by precinct count. It'll be interesting to see when it's this close, if there are legal challenges, or there are the kinds of challenges that we expect from candidates who are fighting over something this important. How far down to the map the Clinton and Sanders campaigns will go over this.
The takeaway, we're probably not going to have an answer tonight.
Probably. I mean, that's what it looks like. If we're still counting on not doing the math, but just getting the numbers, you can't force that.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back with our coverage on the other side, including our panel here in the studio. That a while back. That is
around the time oh gosh, that was two summers ago.
Yeah, that was tweeted by Donald J. Trump, your #2 finisher tonight in Iowa, who was winging his way east. At Sanders headquarters tonight is Casey Hunt, standing by with a special guest. Casey.
Ryan, thanks. We're here with Tad Devine, one of the strategists behind what happened tonight with Bernie Sanders, and a key thinker behind that America ad that so many of us watched. I'm wondering, it's pretty clear going into this and from the early signs from the Clinton campaign that they thought that this was going to go one way, and something changed tonight. What changed?
Well, Bernie's message had enormous impact here in Iowa, and we think it's going to have incredible impact all across the nation. You know, it's a very simple message. The economy's rigged. It sends too much wealth to the top. It's held in place by a corrupt system of campaign finance. That message is so powerful, and he is so authentic in delivering it, we think we can cut through the nation with it.
Tell me a little bit about what you did on the ground here in Iowa to take the Clintons again by surprise.
Well, we built a huge organization. We had over 100 paid staff here. We had 15,000 volunteers. I think that's our big secret weapon, that people volunteer for this campaign. They put in hundreds and thousands of hours of volunteer work, and I think that more than anything made the difference here on the ground.
What happens next going into New Hampshire? Brian just displayed that quote from that Donald Trump tweeted saying that no one remembers who came in second. Did you come in second tonight, or do you think this is something different?
No, listen, you know, there were 1,406 delegate equivalencies. Our projections are when they're done, the difference will be in small single digits. It may be a tie. One side or the other may win. Listen, we effectively fought them to a tie. But I think what's important, and we'll split the delegates as a result of that. But what's important here is, can we achieve the momentum we need coming out of New Hampshire to move into Nevada, South Carolina, all those March 1st states? I think we can.
What do you need to do to win over African-American voters, Hispanic voters, groups that right now are heavily favoring Hillary Clinton?
We need to tell Bernie Sanders' story. You know, Bernie Sanders is the son of a Polish immigrant who came to this country barely speaking English. You know, he's a product of the immigrant experience. I think that will resonate powerfully in the Latino community. In the African-American community, the work of his life began as a college student where he fought in the civil rights struggle, okay? He's got a powerful story, and when we match that up with his agenda of jobs, of education, of health care, of changing this country's direction, you know, I think that's going to be very powerful in those communities particularly.
Why hasn't he been able to tell that story yet so far, though? People have seized on other parts of his record when it comes to these issues.
Yeah, because we haven't gotten there yet. Okay, we're going to Nevada next. We're going to South Carolina. We just began advertising campaigns to introduce him. Listen, I think people in those communities are going to see in Bernie Sanders someone who can take on problems that have been festering for decades and for generations. He's prepared to do it.
Is Bernie Sanders going to win New Hampshire?
We certainly going to try to win New Hampshire, and I think we will.
Thank you very much for your time, sir. We really appreciate it. Brian, Rachel, back to you guys.
Casey Hunt with Tad Devine, senior advisor to the Sanders campaign. Thank you. I want to bring into the conversation now Bill de Blasio, the mayor of America's largest city and a strong supporter of Hillary Clinton. Mayor de Blasio, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Rachel.
Did Hillary Clinton win tonight, or didn't she?
Well, look, the votes are still being counted, but this was a great Hillary Clinton campaign in this state. I saw it. I was on the ground, knocking on doors, talking to voters, talking to activists. It was a really fabulous organization, very strong, a great indicator of what this campaign is going to be like going forward. And look, the votes will be counted. We're on to other states, but I feel great about what the Clinton campaign has and a much stronger ground game than we saw 8 years ago, and I think it makes a big difference.
One of the stories that the Sanders campaign has been telling tonight is that when Senator Sanders started, he was not only seen as an asterisk by the national media, he didn't even have name recognition in Iowa. He started over 50 points behind in Iowa. He was able to turn that around and fight this essentially to a draw with your candidate tonight. Secretary Clinton barely able to hold on if she did win this thing tonight. Isn't that a sort of troubling momentum story heading into New Hampshire, where, after all, in New Hampshire, she's the one who's way behind in the polls?
You know, I look at this as a long game. You know, this was a fine performance by Hillary here in Iowa. She spoke powerfully to the issues of income inequality and the progressive changes we need. I think she has put forward a very powerful agenda in terms of how to deal with the lack of fairness in our economy. That's resonating, and her organization is strong. And there's a lot of states ahead, and I think this is the kind of campaign that's just going to get stronger with each successive state. I feel very good about how this positions her. Look, the key thing is that people want, I believe this fundamentally, Democrats for sure, want a progressive who can get things done. When she says that, it has a ring of truth. I heard it on the doors in Iowa. I heard it on the phones talking to people. They saw that point, and I think the voters up ahead are going to see it too.
Mayor de Blasio, you know what? One of the things that I know about you is that you are a committed progressive. You are somebody who's in this not just for candidates, not just for names, but for the cause of your life, which is progressive politics and progressive policy. You've made that very clear here in New York City. As somebody who's not just a Clinton supporter, as somebody who's got those values, is the Democratic primary making the Democratic Party more progressive this year. This fight between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, and it looks like it's going to be a hard-fought one, is it good for the kind of policies and values that you care about?
It's very good for the Democratic Party. Democratic Party had, for too many years, I think, lost its way, turned away from the economic populism that was the definition of the party for several generations. And what we've seen in the last year, and we've seen it from the Fight for 15 movement, we've seen it from campaigns, we've seen it from a lot of different places, is a Democratic Party that is becoming more progressive, that's talking about real economic kitchen table issues, that's willing to talk very bluntly about taxing the wealthy more and taking on the powers that be. I think something organic is happening. And you see it in Bernie's platform, you see it in Hillary's platform, you saw it in O'Malley's platform, actually a clear unity in the Democratic Party around progressive economic principles. I think that's what we've needed for a long time, and Hillary's going to take that vision and I think an extraordinary organization and the ability to reach across the spectrum. I think it's going to mean something very good for the future of this party.
Mayor Bill de Blasio of New York City, who is stumping for Hillary Clinton tonight in Iowa. I know you put in a lot of shoe leather out there, Mayor. Thanks very much for being with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Rachel.
And across town in Des Moines, we go to Chris Matthews at our election headquarters there. Chris?
Well, to sum up tonight is very hard, and I agree with Rachel about this. This has gotten closer throughout the night, so we may end up not getting a real result if we get one for a couple of days now. But the irony of the whole thing is that if you look at Hillary Clinton right now, she's looking ahead to New Hampshire, where she was going to lose, and she probably will still lose. But just think if she had lost tonight, if she had suffered a real loss tonight. We were talking about her firewall being down in the South, especially starting in South Carolina, where there's a large African-American vote in the Democratic primary down there. We were talking about her needing a firewall. Well, coming off tonight, she doesn't look like she needs a firewall. It looks like she did very good tonight, very well tonight. She may well win. It looks like she is going to win by a narrow margin. So she doesn't need to face a firewall. She's not going to lose the daily double of this in New Hampshire. She may well lose New Hampshire. We expected that. But then she goes to South Carolina, and I think in Nevada, she should do well. In Nevada, she should do well in South Carolina. So she's still on course to be the favorite. I'm not saying she's won this thing by any means. It's going to be a long fight, and a lot of caucuses, as they tend to do, will go with Bernie Sanders. They just will, and he'll win a number of other primaries. It's going to be a long fight, but I think she's still the favorite. On the Republican side, it's very complicated because it has to do with the psyche of a guy who hasn't been in politics very long. That's Donald Trump. Will he put his head together by tomorrow afternoon when he has to give his first speech, get his head together, get his head around this defeat, and move toward a big victory in New Hampshire and another big victory in South Carolina and get back on a winning trail? I think he can do it, but he now faces two very serious opponents. A very strong, tested, and proven hard right guy, Ted Cruz, and a very likable, brilliant young orator who is very easy to vote for. Very easy to vote for. You vote for Marco Rubio, you're getting a little bit of everything, a Whitman sampler of politics. It's not threatening to people. I still think, I may disagree with Rachel on this, I'm not sure. I think Bernie is hard because when you say political revolution, that was a very effective speech tonight. I think it scares a lot of people. It's too much for a lot of people for me to imagine 50-some% of the American people eventually buying into him. It's just too much of a bite ideologically. So I think tonight, Hillary's still in good shape. Trump's still in the fight. But it depends on his heart. It really depends on his heart. Let me go to Chris sitting next to me.
You know, I think a few things tonight. One, we should take a moment to recognize that I think tonight was the first time that a Jewish American got delegates to be president of the United States. Tonight, a historic moment. Also, look.
He doesn't run like that, though. He doesn't.
No, but
he's not religious. He doesn't talk about it.
He's Bernie Sanders, okay?
All right.
First of all, you know, when you take a step back and you think about what the Sanders campaign was able to execute, I mean, Bernie Sanders has run an incredibly effective campaign at every level, from organizing from fundraising to message to organizing. The big question tonight was, can they turn people out? And they basically did. I mean, it's going to be essentially a tie. It is not the Howard Dean phenomenon, right? There was a real question of, are we looking at a Dean-esque bubble here? We're not looking at that. On the Republican side, I'm astounded by the fact that Iowa's the highest barrier to entry race, right? It's the one that rewards organization the most. That Cruz campaign is incredibly disciplined and incredibly organized. And yeah, they won. But now we're going to a bunch of states where you just walk in and you pull the lever, right? Or you fill out a ballot.
And there's 7 or 8 states the same night.
There's 7 or 8 states the same night. Donald Trump, if, like you said, the psyche of Donald Trump, if he can recover from tonight, he still has a tremendous
Bernie did
win
the
at his
kind
back.
of campaign he ran here, which is very intensive, very organized, based on a lot of passion. Look at those people tonight in that room. Can he go state by state, or is he island hopping? He can only go from here to New Hampshire to South Carolina. Can he go across the country with that kind of campaign?
I think, well, right now they're bringing in enough money that they can build that kind of capacity. The question is, can they build it out fast enough?
Yeah.
And I think South Carolina is going to be a real test for them. Even if he loses, what's that margin look like? What starts happening among constituencies that factor so prominently in the Democratic Party that are very underrepresented in these first 2 states?
I think Tad Devine tonight trying to draw a correlation between the experience of someone whose sons of Polish immigrants to the United States from Eastern Central Europe with people from Latin America. It's a hard one. You got to really sell that connection.
Yeah, and I think
that's a tough one.
The case the Sanders campaign makes is we have to sell the Bernie Sanders story and message to communities and voters that haven't heard it, because he doesn't have the name recognition of Clinton. And it remains to be seen how successful they are doing that.
And he's running against Clinton.
He's
and
running.
Bill Clinton will be very good in the South, I think, retailing across the South for Secretary Clinton. Back to you guys. I think that's as good as we can do, I think, tonight. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, I'll tell you. Right
It's
now.
good when the conversation takes on the air of an Irish tavern late at night. It's good, actually. We're going to put off the revolution, at least the discussion of that, until we do something very commercial. And break for a commercial. We'll be back right after this.